Good morning. Welcome to Transportation Diversity Council's TDC Annual Transportation and Infrastructure Summit. I am Dwayne Sampson, founder, president, and CEO of TDC. Our summit has been produced and presented in collaboration with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT's Distinguished Speaker Series. It has been a productive and mutually beneficial partnership. The MIT team, predominantly from the school's transportation disciplines, determine each year the trending topics that students want to hear and learn more about. They invite key transportation leaders from around the country to set the stage for an afternoon and morning of engaging information, sharing, and discussion. Today is no exception. And the trending topic on all our radars is and has been for the past 13 months, COVID. Following devastating impact on all aspects of our lives, economies, industries, education, how we travel, and how we communicate here and at home and abroad. This year, our summit will look at how our communities have been affected and the action underway to reconnect these communities and critical systems, infrastructure, and human resources. Joining us today from various communities, cities, and states across the country, from the South, Texas, and Louisiana, to the Northeast, New Jersey, Philadelphia, and onward, west to Seattle, leaders will share and engage you. The agenda on the screen now will cover 2 panel discussions with questions and answers, trivia throughout. Also, take advantage of the networking sessions in the program. Join the fun and test your transit knowledge. At today's program, we have registered nearly 200 participants, 60% college students, graduate and undergraduate, and 40% professionals. At the conclusion of the day, we will have a brief reception and awards presentation to honor a few distinguished young and seasoned leaders in our industry. TDC has a few upcoming events designed to support small businesses and underserved populations in search of contracting and employment opportunities. Check out our website at www.tdc-ntl.org, which is currently being redesigned but remains accessible. If you want to be on our mailing list, place your name and email in the chat. A special thank you to our sponsors. We appreciate your support over the past few years for our programs, especially the Scholarship Drive. Our sponsors, our gold sponsor, New Flyer of America, our silver sponsor, Clever Devices, and our bronze sponsors, UII, Cornerstone, Small Electrical, Tri-Unity, Hatch LTK, and Armand Resources Group. So thank you to our sponsors once again. To get our day started, I want to quickly introduce the MIT team who will be facilitating the summit today. The MIT team is John Moody, Ruben Grayson Morgan, Mukhtar Phil, and Hiab Ibib. Before I put it in your hands, gentlemen, I'd like to honor a dear friend and colleague with proclamations that were readily obtained from 2 wonderful cities and counties. I'd like to start with the proclamation to Phil Washington. If Phil is with us, I'd like you to join us, please, so that we can acknowledge you with 2 wonderful proclamations.
Yeah.
First,
Thank you so much, Dwayne. It's Phil Washington here. Happy to be here.
well, thank you very much, Phil. I can say that the mayors of Denver and the mayor of Los Angeles were very happy to grant proclamations in your honor. And from the proclamation, but I can tell you this, Denver declared April 19th, Phil Washington Day,
Wow.
in honor of your support in moving forward the Fast Tracks project and in really putting infrastructure at the top of the table in Denver when you were with the Denver Transit Authority.
Well, Dwayne, thank you so much. Let me just, I don't know if this is the right time for me to have some comments, but I'm so thankful to know you and so proud of what you've done with TDC, and not just TDC in New York, but around the country. You've been a pioneer in transportation infrastructure around the country. The folks on your team, John Moody, the sponsors of this event today are fantastic. Some of the speakers that you have on tap today, Nat Ford and Leslie Richards and Sean Wilson, all very, very good friends of mine. So it's just great to be here. It's a wonderful time to talk transportation infrastructure, the American Jobs Plan with Biden-Harris, and the proposal after decades of disinvestment, our roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids are hopefully about to get an upgrade. So it's wonderful to be here, and I'm so honored to be a recipient of the various awards and the resolutions as well.
Well, Phil, thank you very much. You've been a friend for many years. I won't say how many, but I can say this, come May, you'll be leaving LA Metro, and it's going to be a tremendous, tremendous loss for the city and county. But I can say that the leadership that follows you, Stephanie Wiggins is a great candidate to fill the gap at LA Metro, and we're very happy for that selection. But I can say that these proclamations from LA and Denver is just those cities to show their appreciation for the significant contributions that you put into the cities so that their infrastructure and transportation systems can be measured for many years to come. For example, in LA, Measure M will contribute economically maybe $133 billion to the economy and its impact. You helped to move that, and it's for 40 years, Measure M, the local law in Los Angeles, 40 years with no sunset date. That means that projects, bridges, roads, transit systems can be built and to support communities in LA County. So I wanted to make sure that I thanked you for your contributions and your thoughts in honoring you with these proclamations, which we are getting plaqued on mahogany wood for you and will be sent to you in a more fitting presentation. So thank you again, Mr. Washington.
Well, thank you again so much, Dwayne. And, I have to say, infrastructure is very important. We build, lots of roads and bridges and water systems and all that. But as I said to my board not long ago, our greatest accomplishment, and I think I can speak for you as well, our greatest accomplishment in this industry is the development of people. And even though we build and we provide, the creation of jobs and that sort of thing, that greatest development being the growth and the professional development of people, especially young people, and especially young people of color, is really and truly legacy building. And you're in that business more than anybody. So I salute you. And I salute the sponsors and everyone associated with this particular event. I know this proclamation is in my honor, but I tell you, it takes a team of folks around the country like yourself and like your speakers today and your sponsors. So I'm just honored, and I'm just a guy from the South Side of Chicago, trying to do good out here in the industry. So thank you so much, and God bless you. So.
Well, thank you once again, Phil, and thank you for accepting these honors and being with us today. And speaking of our sponsors, I'd like to bring in one of our sponsors, our silver sponsor, Mr. Buddy Coleman from Clever Devices, to say a few words.
Thank you, Dwayne.
How are you doing, Mr. Coleman?
Doing very well, thank you. Enjoying a little bit of spring weather here in New York. Good morning. My name is Buddy Coleman. I'm Chief Customer Officer and Principal at Clever Devices. I want to welcome you all to the TDC-MIT Transportation and Infrastructure Summit. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Clever Devices, we're a technology company providing ITS solutions for all modes of transportation, assisting agencies in providing a more safe, efficient, and reliable service for the ridership. Clever Devices has been a proud supporter of TDC for a number of years. If you remember, Dwayne, John Walsh, former head of maintenance at New York City Transit, as well as head of product management at Clever Devices, introduced us, and that was a great day for me, as I hope it was for you.
It was, thank you.
Great. Clever Devices holds many of the same values as the TDC. We understand that the next generation of transportation for professionals need the education and training and resources to keep our cities moving. I want to congratulate all the honorees for today, especially my friend Phil Washington. April 19th is Phil Washington Day is awesome. If it was 4 days before, your day could have shared my birthday and income tax day, but I think the 19th is perfect. Congratulations. Your devotion to transportation, your inspiration have been not only deserving, but paled in for the recognition that you got. I think many people owe you a big debt of gratitude, including myself. The past year has been a challenge in many ways for transportation as well as everybody. As cities shut down, transportation was somehow vilified as being part of the spread of COVID-19. And in actuality, transportation kind of kept that economic wheel moving. If it wasn't for public transit, we couldn't get people to jobs. We couldn't get people to the hospitals, the workers to the hospitals, grocery store workers, packages, distribution, manufacturing, and so many other vital services. It is amazing the job that public transit does, especially under trying circumstances. However, I believe the new administration's focus on infrastructure, as Mr. Washington said, put us instead for a very, very bright future. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to sponsor today, Dwayne. Again, Phil, congratulations to the honorees. I'm really looking forward to today's event, and I want to hear more about how we're going to move forward, how we're going to bring those young, energetic people up to fill the spots, like people like Mr. Washington are leaving, and myself, and hopefully we'll have some great interaction. Thanks, Dwayne.
Well, thank you very much, Buddy Coleman. Clever Devices, much appreciated for your support, sir. I'd like to turn the summit over now to our MIT team. And let me just say briefly, the MIT students we've been working with for maybe 12, 13 years right now. It's been an experience to work with the group because they provide so much technical knowledge and skills of the industry. So at this time, John Moody and Ruben Grayson Morgan, take it over from here. It's your event. Let's have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. So good morning, everyone. My name is Ruben Morgan. I'm a graduate student over at MIT. Me, along with my fellow co-organizers and other students at MIT, Ehab Abid, Mukhtar Fall, and John Moody have all been putting together this conference over the past few months. We're very excited for the lineup we have. We're very excited for you guys to hear some absolutely fantastic conversations we're about to have, from anywhere from COVID, equity, racial injustice, and the huge funding issues we're having with transportation in this country. So to start us off, we're going to have Jim Aloisi, who is a lecturer over at MIT, and he will be moderating our first panel, which will be the Uniting Urban and Rural Priorities and a Sustainable Transportation Future. So thank you very much to everyone. We're looking forward to this. Please let us know if there's anything we can do to make this a better experience for you. And for now, I'd like to turn it over to Jim Aloisi.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. I'm Jim Aloisi, and first thing I want to do is I want to say thank you to everyone who's been responsible for putting this event today together, from TDC and from MIT, to Dwayne Sampson, the Diversity Council CEO, for his leadership, and especially to John, to Ruben, to Ehab, to Mukhtar. I know them all. They're terrific people. Thank you for the commitment and the energy to put this together. We're not going to build a better future. We're not going to build a more sustainable future without the active participation of folks who are trained in transportation planning and policymaking, and who represent a diversity of opinions, a diversity of points of view, and a diversity of experience. It's not just process that's important, it's leadership that reflects the richness of our nation's diversity that's important. And so I'm really pleased to be joining this event and everything it stands for. Now I'm seeing slowly that I'm being joined by our panelists. Let's see if they're all here before I do introductions. We might be having some issues with the internet quality for one of the panelists. So I'm going to wait 1 second to see if he, I think as that's getting sorted out, I'm just going to dive right in. So I'm going to introduce the two panelists who I see who will join us. And I apologize. Is it Janet or Jeanette? How do you prefer? I'm not hearing you. Let's see. It's not. Folks, I'm not able to hear.
How about now?
That's perfect.
Good morning. It's
Good
Janet.
morning.
We're correct.
Janet. All right. Thank you. So Janet Walker-Ford, we're pleased to have with us. Janet's the Senior Vice President and the National Transit and Rail Leader for WSP USA, which is a leading engineering and professional consulting services outfit. She leads the firm's national transit and rail business line, and she comes to us and to WSP with a strong background, in many positions working in public-private partnerships, working at the MBTA in Boston, and as the Deputy CEO and Deputy General Manager of MARTA, where she led the first effort to deploy smart card fare collection. She serves on numerous boards, including WTS International, the Eno Center, and she chairs the American Public Transportation Foundation. That's just a brief summary of her leadership in national transportation issues. We're delighted to have you with us today, Jen.
Thank you.
And Alice, you're welcome, is an administrator and director of transportation planning at Virginia's Fredericksburg area MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Agency. Ian comes with a unique life experience. He's a graduate of MIT School, Department of Urban Studies and Planning. His unique life experience includes service as a member of parliament in South Africa, where he was the shadow transportation minister. We're glad to have you with us, Ian. Ian also had the good sense to take my urban planning and policymaking course at MIT. So we know he'll have something to say about that. And finally, good to see Dr. Carlos Aguilar with us. Hi, Doctor.
Sorry about all that, but I'm here.
The power of the internet. Dr. Aguilar is the president and CEO of Texas Central, a private company that's developing a high-speed passenger train to connect North Texas with Houston. He was previously the senior vice president of CH2M Hill, which is another global engineering company, and he sat on its management committee. Dr. Aguilar, among many other things in his life, spent a dozen years at the Bechtel Corporation, where, among other things, he oversaw the initial financing of the first 5-year program for the $30 billion project to upgrade London's Jubilee, Piccadilly, and Northern lines. And we're happy to have Dr. Aguilar join us today as well.
Pleasure to be here.
I'm going to just kick off this with a few comments. And I think, Dr. Aguilar, do you want to begin early on with a short presentation? Are you still planning to do that? Or not? It's either, it's up to you.
We can, well, let me just give you a few slides if that's okay.
All right, I'll do my short intro and then I'll move over to that. And then maybe that can be the segue to our conversation. How's that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this topic about connecting urban and rural transportation issues and policy is, I think, a really important one. And it might seem counterintuitive to some people, but I don't think it'll be counterintuitive to the folks who are joining today. It really doesn't matter where you live if you think about the power and the purpose of transportation, right? Everyone, whether they're urban, whether they're living in suburban, whether they're living in rural communities, need two things. They need access and they need mobility. And those are two different things, right? So people, wherever you're from, require access, which is the ease with which a person can move spatially and reach the destinations that they want to reach. They also require mobility, the convenience, the speed, and the modal options that are available to them. So that combination of access and mobility provides people with the chance to gain and utilize opportunity. That opportunity can be in the form of a job, or access to healthcare, or access to schools and education, or shopping or entertainment. All these opportunities come to fruition if a person has access and if a person has good mobility to go along with that access. And it doesn't matter where you are, whether it's rural or urban, you need those. And so the question is, they're manifested differently. The built environment is clearly very different. The spatial separations are clearly often profoundly different. How do we take these differences, sometimes significant, and turn them into opportunities to create coalitions, to collaborate, to coalesce, to demonstrate to people that there are transportation platforms that can be supportive of your needs, whether you're in a rural environment or an urban environment. We now know in the 21st century that access can also be provided to many people via the internet. We're doing that today, particularly in a rural environment. And maybe we'll touch on this briefly. Broadband is a big issue. It's part of the president's American Jobs Plan. And so we in the transportation sector do need to nod our head and tip our hat, whatever the phrase you'd like to use, to the realities of a time, of an era that we live in, where access for some people may be better provided via the internet rather than by 19th or 20th century modes of transport. We can talk about that. The transportation sector, it seems to me, needs to be agile, needs to be fully responsive to people, needs to be responsive equitably, and equitably, not just socially, but regionally as well. Perhaps as we discuss the issues that are before us today, we can tease out these issues. So I'm going to begin by turning it over to a short presentation by Dr. Aguilar, and then I'm going to ask all three panelists a few questions for them to engage before we move on to a lightning round and then to some questions from the audience. So take it away, Dr. Aguilar.
Thank you so much. Let's see if we can share this. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yep, perfect.
Okay, so just very quickly, I'll focus just on this balance between urban and rural. That is the theme of this conference or this talk. As you see, we have two big cities at each end: North Texas, which is basically Dallas, Fort Worth, 7.5 million people on this side, close to 7 million on the Houston side. And you see the blue bonnets, state flower of Texas in the middle. And that's just a signal of the issues that we have to face, right? So the first thing is, so what makes it different? Well, we need to ensure that if infrastructure is efficient. First relationship is with the landowners. And we've kept a pretty open dialogue with them. Of course, there is opposition, but explaining the benefits that come from a system like this is truly important. Little stats like, 17 acres per mile needed for high-speed rail versus 460 some for highways. That's an example. With the throughput being double for high-speed rail versus a normal highway. So that gives you a sense of the balance there in terms of use of land. Of course, it's a system that's very safe and all those things. Of course, that reduces casualties in highways, and that's a big problem in Texas and affects both urban and rural communities alike. That's just the train, but that's the alignment, 240 miles. A station in the middle. And the purpose of that one is to develop a high-speed rail center of excellence. Texas A&M is situated right in the middle of that. And one of the goals is to just do that. The second, well, we're very close to construction, so we'll go there. And yeah, WSP is a player, and so are many others. This is for the construction phase. The benefits there, impacts on investment, $20 billion, just the civil infrastructure. And we're going to be sourcing about 1,400 jobs after built. Many of these, at least 25%, will be in rural areas. We separate the activity in two. One's construction, the other one's operation. During the construction phase, about 20,000 jobs in supply chain, 17,000 jobs in the middle of the alignment. One of the areas of focus has been the rural entities are part of our MWBE category. So we've added rural as one of the participants into that program. And we have pretty aggressive inclusion goals there. 34% of content of the construction side going to MWBEs, including rural, and 24% in terms of services. This is just a sense of the size and the impact on about 37 states. But that's about it for an intro. Of course, it has environmental impacts. We have non-attainment counties that go through. And of course, we'll be reducing emissions pretty dramatically. But anyway, that's just the crux of the issue. And let me stop sharing so we can get into the discussion. So I just want to give you a brief intro as to what it is.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilar. I appreciate that. I think it was helpful for the audience to see. And it looks to be the kind of project that fits very comfortably into the president's overall American Jobs Plan and sort of helping reconnect the nation in appropriate ways and in appropriate places by rail. Now, let me ask each of you, and I'm going to start with, why don't we go generally in the order I introduced you? So Janet, Ian, and Dr. Aguilar. Why don't we, taking off from my introduction, what are the commonalities? What are the ways in which you as professionals can help build the kind of consensus and collaboration that is required to get meaningful projects seriously considered, both at the state and local levels and at the federal level, that might unite an urban and a rural agenda for better mobility?
Good morning again, and thank you for having me as a participant today. Certainly enjoyed the presentation that was just shared by Carlos, and I'm sure we'll have lots of dialogue around that. This is an excellent question, Jim, and an excellent way to begin the session, because in my belief, the solving of collaboration and consensus at the state, local, and federal level is key to our success. One of the challenges that we've historically had in our industry has been really kind of creating that alignment, or the word consensus, at every level around priorities, because so often across modes, there are competing priorities. Let's just face it, whether it's the transit agency, whether it's the state DOT, or sometimes even the city, if they're running transit services, or other suburban areas in different cities. So being able to settle upon priorities and alignment as to when those projects should move forward and what the respective roles and responsibilities are, that sometimes can be challenging. I see it as a solution that at the federal level as well has to be solved. For example, if we think about congestion management, congestion mitigation, what creates congestions on our local state highways? And oftentimes it's not just one thing, right? It's personal vehicles for that one person per car, but it's also the various transit modes from various surrounding authorities, let's say. It's the freight that comes from a port oftentimes, and depending on the infrastructure of the state, that freight may leave a port and go right through City of Atlanta, for example, as it goes up north or goes to another destination. And so in order to holistically solve that problem, you've got to be able to say, what is that common, let's say, interface or platform, so that the understanding of how people and freight move, so that you can then start incentivizing behavior to go at different times of the day. For example, can you influence trucks to go at night by giving them some type of incentive or payback? Do folks, if we know that leaving home, if we left 30 minutes later and we would get there at the same time, would that incentivize us to wait at home 30 minutes or to go a different direction? But it's that real-time information sharing across modes and systems that we need. And I think coming to the federal government, Jim, their role in this would be by incentivizing grants that demonstrate that this collaboration is happening for various projects. Perhaps that project then is the one that gets funded, that demonstrates we've got it all figured out in terms of private and public sector, including the TNCs. I left them out. But if we could have that type of conversation, I think that's the beginning.
That's great. Ian, now, my guess is that you deal with these issues all the time, because your NPO probably touches on areas that are more suburban, rural, and more urban. But what are your thoughts on this? And picking up on Janet's suggestion, have you considered a federal response that might include pilot programs and grant programs to test out ideas that you're thinking of in the Fredericksburg area?
Yeah, so we're halfway between DC and Richmond. So we're the town in the middle. And when you invited me to this panel, I wondered if you're inviting me because we're urban or because we're rural, because I actually have both, right? So I've got two urban centers in Stafford County, which is actually the very southern tip of the DC urbanized area. And then I've got the city of Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania, and then lots of rural between us and Richmond. So we've got everything. And I have two rural counties. The one is very keen on having a bus transit system connected into the urban areas. The other one doesn't want that from a political side. So I've got a background in politics, but I'm finding that I am probably handling more politics now as a civil servant in the United States than I ever handled as an actual politician in South Africa, because I got to try and bring together people with different opinions on public transportation and transit, right? So we have highway congestion in the urban areas that is crazy and is getting worse. And we've got rural areas that have different views. Some of them want transit. Some of them think that the cost benefit isn't worth it. The cost of per person of running a bus out to Caroline County, some of those people believe it's too high. It's cost too much to run a bus system. So we got both, right? And to the point now, do we want federal or state assistance to actually work at this? Well, yes. I've got a request in for grant funding to deal with east-west mobility, because we've got the I-95 and the Virginia rail line for Amtrak and the Virginia Rail Express going through our area, and all the traffic seems to want to move north and south, and all the planning is for north and south. However, nobody's spent as much time looking at the east-west movement of people. So we're having a congestion bottleneck. You get off the highway, and then how do you get home to that suburban area you were talking about, Jim, earlier? You get off the train, how do you get home? And the planning for that is just not there. So we're applying for funding to do a study to try to bridge that gap. How do you get people? You'd call it a last mile, but in our case, it's the last 15 miles, right? Because you're going to heaven knows where. And are there transit solutions that work? Are we reliant on the automobile? And it's a very much an auto-centric society down here, because the hard transit solutions were not available. We've got a limited Fred bus system with very long headways. And you know what it's like when you're in a more rural community. You have longer headways, and then your ridership drops, right? Because people want fast, quick service. So it's a trade-off between all these parts, the different political needs and parameters, the cost benefit analyses that some people want to do, and the funding to do the studies. And so I'd like to do a study looking at bus rapid transit, additional bus routes, and maybe a light rail line, if I can manage to get away with it without being, fired in the process. But that's the kind of environment we work in, is that. And so I've got both this urban and rural, halfway between DC and Richmond. And you think of these questions: what is the best way to move people both in an urban and rural environment? The solutions are not the same, yet they need to be integrated, because you can't have no connection between the rural areas and the urban areas. And then when you get people to our hub at Fredericksburg, they want to get to DC. The last study that we saw ascertained that 42% of the people that live in our jurisdictions work outside of the region, 42%. So we have to move 42% of the people that live in our different jurisdictions somewhere else, to Northern Virginia, to DC, to Richmond, somewhere else. They work somewhere else. 42% of the working population. That is massive.
So that's an interesting summary of the challenges that folks across the nation in situations that are similar to yours face. And I think it's important to underscore, many times in my view, historically, particularly when it comes to building rail lines and transit, if they're built in a way that doesn't get someone to where they want to go, where they need to go, if it stops short of that, right? If you begin, and this is a particular thing of mine, if you're phasing projects in a way that phase one doesn't get anyone where they want to go, then it's going to be a failure. And then people think, well, transit and rail is a failure. It's like, it's not a failure. It'll fail if you don't get people anywhere near a place where they actually need or want to go. And so I understand that some projects have to be phased, but you better be careful that the first phase actually succeeds. That's a segue to Dr. Aguilar. You talk about what you've just said in the context of what is being proposed for Texas.
Yeah, I think all of these are very good points. We have another aspect that I guess adds complexity to it, and that's understanding what it is that we're bringing. You know, because the experience that, for example, high-speed rail is really not understood in the US. You know, number one, the safety aspects of it, safety record of the technology that we're bringing is 56 years, 10 billion passengers transported, no accidents, no fatalities, versus I-45, which is the most dangerous highway in the country. That, per Popular Mechanics, they had an article on this about maybe 3 months ago, and they declared I-45, which is the link between North Texas and Houston, as the most dangerous highway in the country. So understanding that for the consumer is important, and ensuring that the benefits are understood, again, regionally as well, because again, fatalities on highways affect everybody. This is something that we've come to know through MAD. We have linked up with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And honestly, I didn't understand the problem until you start talking to mothers. It is very clear that then you start looking at the stats and looking at, for example, in Texas, it turns out that young women under 34 have a very high fatality rate on highways in Texas, as compared to the rest of the country. And drunken driving is a big problem in younger age groups. So things like events after a football game at Texas A&M is important to even calculate as to how you incorporate that into the solution. The second one, I think, is intentionality. You have to be intentional in the benefits that you will bring, whether they like you or not. You have to be consistent in trying to please their needs. Examples, broadband. You brought it up when we started talking about this. Part of the program and part of the infrastructure that we will build is dedicated to rural broadband. So because we have a very significant 5G system going through our network, we will be able to have enough capacity to share with others. So that's one of the commitments we have. And it goes to many others, safety, just as another aspect, upgrading the emergency services along the alignment. Why? Because even though the system is sophisticated and has never had an accident, we're not God. And any accident can happen to anybody. And therefore, all of these emergency services along the alignment have to have the resources and the competence to be able to react to something that could happen on the line, and that it will improve their ability to respond to their own needs. So it's little details like that that you have to be very intentional about to ensure that they become a reality.
I think that's a nice way to think about it. This idea of intentionality is useful. I want to ask the three of you one last general question before I get into what we're calling our lightning round, where I'll ask each of you specifically for something. So the last general question for each of you to respond to fairly quickly, because our time is a little constrained, is what your thinking is about this topic in connection with building back better from the pandemic. There's no question that COVID-19 has been a historic pattern break, changing the ways in which we live, in which we think about certain issues, ranging from public health to public transportation. We're still, I think, now that I think I read in the paper today that 50% of the American people have at least been fully vaccinated or got their first shot. So it seems to me we're well on our way to what I'll call a post-vaccination era. By Labor Day, we should have achieved that, where everyone who wants to be vaccinated or medically can be, has been. And then the question will be, what is changing? Nothing ever changes permanently, really, but what's changing in the long term and what's not? And how do we think about urban and rural transportation needs that may be changing or that may need to adapt to a post-COVID world where we're trying to get back to some sense of normality, but things are not quite the same. Janet, Ian, and then Dr. Aguilar, what's your quick thinking about how we may be navigating this?
Well, I think that it's a longer, we don't have enough time, probably this is a whole hour to get into this. But there are going to be changes. We're seeing it already. Some folks may not ever go back to a traditional office setting. We know that, or there will be some type of hybrid going forward. I think we have to think the way, in some ways, in a more accelerated way, the way we were thinking before the pandemic, and that is right more around what technology and automation mean to us moving forward as we talk about and see more of a mix of fleet, right? It's not one size fits all. So as we will see autonomous vehicles, connected vehicles, micro transit, it'll be all of those things that are options for folks, depending on whether it's the first and last mile or last 15 that I heard a few minutes ago. We'll really have to think about optimizing the overall transit network to make the most sense. And I think your comment about inequities and the infrastructure inequities that we've been looking at, they're everything. And of course, they've been exposed with the pandemic more than ever. Broadband, certainly for those that are in education and students see those inequities as it relates to students relying on internet access at every age level in order to get to education. But I think that being able to use technology and advancements to minimize, if not eliminate, those inequities as it relates to accessibility for healthcare, education, and jobs, those folks that are in the rural areas, how can we now change the dynamics because of technology as well as mobility? Those will be really key areas I think that we can focus on moving forward.
I think that's a good observation. You know, I'm on the board of a transit advocacy group here in Boston called Transit Matters. And one of the things that we say a lot is frequency is freedom. And whether you're in a rural environment or an urban environment, you know, whether the bus comes every 15 minutes downtown or every 45 minutes, or if you're in a rural environment, whether that train or bus is whether the headways are hour long or half hour, frequency is freedom. And so we do need to think about what are we providing people that's equitable and that also is responsive to their needs. Ian, what are you thinking about in your neck of the woods in connection with emerging from this pandemic?
Yeah, so I mean, our area, the numbers are mirroring what is happening elsewhere. The bus ridership is bouncing back a lot quicker than the rail ridership, and the traffic on the highway is bouncing back the quickest of all. Freight traffic is 10 to 15% higher than it was before COVID. It's not lower, it's higher. That makes up for the cars that are 10% lower than they were before COVID. So currently, traffic is almost what it was pre-COVID levels when you take the total picture. It's a little down, but not by much. And I think that the highway traffic is going to be back at pre-COVID levels real soon. The bus ridership is just over 50% of what it was pre-COVID now, and it's growing, and I think it will get back to 80-90% of ridership real soon. The rail traffic is very low. It's dropped radically, and it's taking much longer to bounce back. However, I want to segue into something allied to this, and that is where transit is funded very locally, not state and not federal, but where it's funded very locally, there's a strange thing that happens, is that the transit agency has to get funding from multiple jurisdictions, and each of those jurisdictions have to vote for the funding independently. And if they do their own cost benefit analysis and decide that it's not worth the money, they can cancel their funding and suspend routes in their locality. Now, what that does to the bus network, for example, is catastrophic, because if you cut one locality suddenly out of the equation, you remove any opportunity of transit getting into the network from that locality. So even though the ridership may have been a little less than they hoped and it was costing a little more than they wanted to spend, you've removed a whole locality. And if that starts to happen post-COVID, a locality says the ridership is still low, we're cutting the routes in our county or in our city. How do you bounce back? How do you get the network to function again when you've removed 2 of the constituent parts out of, say, 5? And we've seen 2 rural counties 10 years ago just cut the routes completely, and 2 of the suburban counties reduce the footprint of their bus route. That's a circus.
You've raised some really important issues that we don't have the time to get into, but I want to underscore 2 things that you said that I think are really important for the audience to keep in mind. This last comment, governance matters. We talk about that a lot, actually, in the class that we have at MIT. The importance of governance to a transit agency, a rail agency, is critical. And I'd commend people to look at a report 2014. It's a little dated now, but it's still very relevant, that the Eno Foundation and Transit Center put out, specifically on the topic of transit governance, because it matters how you're governed, and it's a big deal that people need to pay attention to. The other quick observation I'll make is I often think that those of us who care about moving more people in fewer vehicles on transit and rail, traffic congestion can be our friend, right? And so as traffic congestion grows and grows, that might be one factor in getting people to consider mode shift if we provide them with a viable alternative. And then to wrap this question up, Dr. Aguilar, have you thought about the implications of the Texas project in particular in the context of emerging from the pandemic? Is that a factor in anyone's thinking? Is it helpful or harmful?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, in a past life, I had the opportunity of leading the first closing of an aviation, financial close of an aviation project after September 11th. So literally we were in New York during the final, roadshow the week before September 11th, right next to the towers, believe it or not. But anyway, we were able to close that project about 3 weeks later. And the important thing was that the first thing the banks asked, as they are asking today, is, okay, so what's the lasting impact of a crisis like this? And Jim, as you well said, the lasting impact usually is not that great. People forget very quickly. And in the case of that airport project that we closed, was Costa Rica, we actually surpassed the traffic forecast that we had in that case by quite a bit. And actually it became a preferred location for travel after September 11th. So it's very interesting how these things work out. The second point is, yes, we've had to do a new analysis of the impacts. We looked at the SARS events and, regions of the world and how that recovered and how long it took for it to recover. In some cases, up to 18 months. So it does take time, but, after that, it became normal traffic pattern and growth. So we believe that in the end, that's going to happen. But I'd like to just share something with you just for a second, if that's okay. And it's this that I have on the screen now, which is we have been working with the ADA community with respect to how we set up the seating and the passenger, capacity in our trains. And we've eliminated middle seats, for example, altogether. We've made all the access and egress wide enough for being able to have wheelchairs go in through doors and through the aisles. So in the end, doing that now allows us to have operational measures that can help us in separating passengers in the case of a need. And we've done this, again, for one reason. We ended up having benefits as a result of COVID and how you could manage separation of passengers. So things like that, in the end, play together to give you a solution.
I
But
think that's
definitely an issue.
That's
Now,
brilliant. Yeah.
Just to complete the thought, I think that it's the end-to-end travel that we have to think about, as Ian was saying. We're talking to Texas A&M about their fleet autonomous program, and having buses that would be doing autonomous travel between the two campuses that are next to that station that I mentioned in the middle. We're also having a bit of a difficult time trying to predict what autonomous vehicles are going to look like 7 years from now, and how that's going to affect our station design. But in the end, we have to incorporate all of that. It's not only the pandemic, it's the changes in technology that we have to adapt and react to.
Thanks. All right, I'm going to begin a quick round that we're calling a lightning round. So I'm going to ask each of you a different question. I'm going to start with Janet, and I'm going to, now that we have an administration in Washington that seems eager to be active in this space, and with the President's American Jobs Act on the table for consideration, we're probably at an inflection point in, we hope, Congress and the executive branch collaborating, hopefully, on an investment plan, both in connection with the American Jobs Act and a soon-to-be reauthorization, hopefully a 5 or 6 year reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act, the FAST Act. What do you think the role of the private sector particularly is in working to achieve these legislative goals? How does the private sector best help get the president's initiatives to move in ways that are productive? And how do you collaborate with both the public sector and potentially with advocates to find common ground that might be persuasive to Congress and ultimately help advance the cause of sustainable mobility at the federal level?
Excellent question. I'm actually thrilled that you came to me with that question, and there are numerous answers, so I'll pick just one path, but but one that from a private sector and public sector perspective that we can do from a collaboration and preparation perspective is to continue to work with organizations like TDC and MIT as it relates to our talent and developing talent at every level. The workforce is critical to achieving, in my opinion, those objectives for the future, particularly as we look at equity. And that's in every way, whether it's gender or racial background and such, as well skill set. The other thing is in helping our public sector clients and agencies, for example, one way that I think is really important are those discussions right now that are taking a look at capital improvement programs, capital projects that have been on the books, let's say, for years. And for whatever reason, just as our Ian and Carlos have alluded to, they did not get the consensus at, let's say, the stake where there's a shared government or shared governance around those decision making. What goes first, West Side, South Side? Sometimes, unfortunately, those communities that have been left behind in this decision making have been the poor communities and the communities that didn't have the same, let's say, tax base and funding. And so you can look at any city throughout the country and see, well, why is there only a platform station, for instance, an example of rail that has the capacity for 2 or 4 cars, and then another area of town that's on the north side, you can get 8 in at one time. There's decision making around how much you invest in certain communities and predictions around what type of capacity that's needed that were not necessarily equitable. And we can take this from all infrastructure decisions. So I think having a conversation around those projects and trying to identify those that best meet that criteria for infrastructure and equity, water, sewage, transportation. I think that then being ready for those grants when those opportunities are provided by the administration, as well as that collaboration, that will put our clients in a better spot.
Thank you for that answer. I think I read again in the paper today, the president's calling in state and local leaders today to the White House to see if he can begin to build stronger bipartisan coalitions. And I think the private sector, particularly some of the larger outfits that are out there, will be critical to advancing this cause in a variety of ways. Ian, I want to move to you. You've raised a lot of very interesting questions about transit governance, about the issues about trying to figure out in a metropolitan planning context how to bring very disparate needs and very disparate political points of view together to create a seamless whole. I'm sure it's extremely challenging. And you made a comment about your background in politics in South Africa being, a little bit easier than managing this today. But how have you thought about ways in which you can bring people together? What's the process and what is the platform that you think you can use and leverage to begin what I suspect will be a gradual but necessary process of getting people to realize that they have things in common, and then in that sense, being able to advance some pilot programs or being able to advance some initiatives that show folks that indeed they have more in common than they realize, and if they work together, they can achieve some important goals.
I think I have 3 comments. The first one is drink a lot of beer with politicians so that you find out what really matters to them and you can try to work around those things to get people together. The second one is a problem, and that is that I'm sure Virginia is not any different to anywhere else. There are so many different federal and state funding streams that come into transportation, and each one has got a whole different library of rules and methodologies to access that funding. So what Congress and the individual states have done is create an entire army of experts to try and interpret this massive complex administrative system of getting access to funding for transportation. And that actually hampers the process because you got to continually try to fiddle the system, okay, we can only use this bit for buses, but we can't use it to pay the bus driver. We can only use it to buy a new bus. But we actually got enough buses. We don't need any more buses. We need drivers, right? But we can't use that money to pay the driver because it comes out of that pot. So I think a revamp of the total funding picture is overdue in the US, because at the end of the day, what is the goal? You have to look at the ultimate goal and try not to overcomplicate the path to get from here to the goal. And planning organizations, we have to do that all the time as MPOs. We got to try and find a way. It's like playing an organ, each key achieves a different little thing, and you got to fiddle those keys until you get a package so you can build a BRT system or a new highway or a whatever. It's a complex, it's like a cottage industry of funding systems, which is very complex. And we can do it, of course. We have lots of intelligent people who spend a lot of time doing this. But I wonder if the cost of spending all that time trying to work state officials and federal officials and local officials to get a project together isn't wasted energy and effort on the part of us as human beings working the system. A unified, simple funding system that is equitable and that is transparent and easy to implement, I think would go a long way to making that job easier in terms of doing that. So I think you gotta play the political game if that's what you're dealt. I think we can simplify the way that we get our funding distributed. It's too complex. There are too many moving parts. And I think it could be simplified, and there's artificial barriers that are put in place. This funding can only go to salaries. That funding can only go to the vehicle. This other funding can only go to fixing the roadway, and some other funding, can only go to the aged or whatever. I'm not sure if that's totally helpful. I understand the intention of it. The intention is to earmark funds for people who might not get any, such as the aged, but it creates really unworkable systems for people. The one thing nobody wants to pay for, the bus driver's salary. Why is that? Nobody in the United States really wants tax money to go to pay the driver's salary. So that's a weakness in the system. You got to have drivers, right? Otherwise the bus can't move. And if your fare box recovery rate is 30%, 40%, 50%, how else are you going to fund the driver's salary? That problem makes it unworkable in some instances.
I think it goes to a larger question that all of us deal with every day, and that is making the case that public transportation, in whatever form it is, bus, rail, transit, is a public good.
Public service.
It's a public service, it's a public good, and I believe that we're stuck in a 20th century mentality in terms of how we fund public transportation, right? And in an era where we talk every day about artificial intelligence and autonomous vehicles and electric vehicle technology, we're still talking about funding as if it's 1955. And I think we need to advance our thinking about that, be creative about that in ways in which reflect the era in which we live. And that's a segue to Dr. Aguilar. I'd like you to maybe react to that and talk about how Texas Central is funding its project and whether that is what is your thinking about it? Explain how it's happening. And is it a model that people might learn from as we think about projects at that scale that unite urban and rural needs?
Sure. I mean, to date, we've received no federal or state funding for the project. And, a mix of international funding and loans and US investors, actually 22 Texan families, have together funded $700 million worth of development. But that's as far as we can get, honestly. There's just so much you can go and try to, peddle. I don't use the word, but yeah, you're always looking for money. You're always looking for trying to, if you have a permit that is delayed for a year, you can imagine what impact that has on a project like this. You have to go get more money to be able to satisfy another environmental survey, for example. That happened to us. At the very end of our process, we had another year and a half to go because they wanted to do some environmental surveys again. So we did. But I would say the collaboration so far with the agencies has been very good. And the alignment now to execute the project, I think, is pretty generalized in terms of the intent and the goal and the focus in getting it done. FRA, TxDOT, ourselves, I think we're there. So that consensus has been built. But as you say, mentality on funding is 1950s at best. In the US. First, you have the private sector. You look at, funding and how long a loan can go on commercial terms. It just can't go long enough for a project of this nature. There are some programs in the federal government that would go 30, 35 years after construction, which are better, but have huge levies, like, credit risk premium is another bits that are just make the funds unusable. I mean, they've been there for years and have not been used. You look at other countries and what they've done, and their mentality is way different. Canada is funding projects in 99 years because they see, this is going to be a lasting infrastructure. And other models with pension funds out of Australia and elsewhere, and also Canada, allow for this. So we really have to look at what the priorities are, focus on those, and ensure that all projects of merit have access. And that, what is it that the private sector can bring? A faster process, believe it or not. You know, it's a little more, because again, the struggle to get a project together and readied requires going to your funders and again, ensuring that everything's viable, you can put it together, it's a package and can go to financial close together. It's very different from how these kinds of projects are done elsewhere in the world on a planned basis. You can take 30 years developing a high-speed line in Europe, for example. We did it in 7, which is, well, unfortunately not fast enough, but at least faster than 30.
Yes, yeah, 7's
So
better
anyway,
than 30.
this is, I think, what it could contribute. Data-driven, this kind of packaging, and ensuring that a whole, you know, proposals to get put together for consideration.
Let me, I'm going to begin, since we're coming close, we're going to push against time a little bit. I'm going to have some questions that we've gotten from the audience. And this one is primarily for Dr. Aguilar, but if others have thoughts about it in other areas, chime in. The question is, are there MWBE goals that Texas Central has established? What progress are you making? Are there particular trade areas where you currently have challenges? Are there opportunities that MWBs can currently pursue, and how do they find out about those opportunities?
As I said, you know, during the brief presentation, our targets for inclusion are 34% for construction, for MWBE inclusion, which has never been achieved, to be very clear, on projects of this nature, especially heavy build, heavy infrastructure, heavy civil, and 24% average on professional services. So those goals and targets are included in every contract that we sign. For example, today we're in the midst of signing our installation contract for the equipment. And that includes those targets and those parameters. So every single contract that we go and sign includes these goals. Now, generating the capacity is the next step. And one of the goals that we have is to be able to have supply. Again, this is a new industry. We have the opportunity of doing it. It's an 80-month program. So there's enough time to plan and bring together, you know, sponsorship of companies, MWBE companies that can link up with national names. What WSP has actually done a great job on that, on the professional services side, and ensure that, again, disciplines are divided in a way that local firms, rural and MWBEs can participate and actually get assignments and capacity to be able to deliver on those, and gradually build up a plan with community colleges. For example, our goal is to have our simulators at the community colleges instead of having them in-house. You know, all of these, again, intentional approach to it. It has to be intentional. So that's a brief summary, but of course it entails a lot of work from many people.
Thank you. No, it's a pretty thorough answer to the question. This question, I'll ask everyone to chime in, starting with Janet. The person said, I know this presentation is focused mostly on rail transit, but is there any work being done on funding BRT in small cities and rural areas? I've been working on research regarding rural transit and found that federal funding for rural cities can be restrictive and creates a difficulty establishing bus rapid transit in small rural cities. I don't know if anyone has experience with this. Again, I'm sure you've been thinking about it as well. Any thoughts on that question?
So I'll take that, maybe part of it, and then hand it to Ian, since he's working directly in this area with getting. I suspect that some of that restrictive work has to do with density requirements is probably some of what I'm guessing. I would say that on the collaborative part and that kind of working with the agency that are in the agencies that provide service that are nearby, whatever that one is, if there is such an agency. That type of BRT, commuter services, those type of approaches and formulas typically work very well, and they address some of the restrictions that may be called out in some of the rural grants where there are some capacity density requirements associated with that. So I would suggest perhaps looking at where those linkages are. A lot of, let's say, the suburban agencies do provide services for rural areas, whether it's in a reciprocal agreement perspective, or they just provide it for that greater service area or broader. But Ian, I'll hand to you perhaps for some specific examples.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's something that we're hoping to study in our forthcoming East-West mobility study for our own region. But it's something which MPOs, if you have an MPO in your area, can deal with the state, your own state on in terms of meeting the requirements. But you obviously have to demonstrate either density or ridership, right? If you can't demonstrate there's going to be ridership or density, then a bus rapid transit system isn't necessarily the best solution for you. A conventional bus might be the best solution, or some other combination of options. Incidentally, we run, not we personally, but our region runs the largest van pool system in the state of Virginia. We have 700 vans that, prior to COVID anyway, were running people to work. And the reason for that is that the commuter bus system that was privately run basically collapsed years ago. And so vans and van pools have come in to take their place, and we run this massive van pool operation. Now, it might be that in a rural area, you have to opt for a regular bus and a van pool operation if it's very rural, right? A BRT in a very rural area might not be the best solution, depending on the population size and the potential ridership. However, if you do have the potential ridership and the population, then often the MPO in the area can liaise with the state to meet those other requirements and assist kind of more local communities. If there's no MPO, then it may be a situation where a BRT isn't the best solution anyway, because the population is too small. Because once the population gets beyond a certain size, you'll have an MPO, right? Is it 50,000, I think is the minimum population size to have an MPO. And we've got some MPOs in Virginia in quite small places. And those MPOs are able to do that work on behalf of the local community to advocate for a BRT or whatever else. Frequently, we as an MPO get asked just to support one of our jurisdiction's requests for funding for a project. And we do that. We support new bus routes. We support new roads and highways applications as the MPO. And so often the MPO can help with the lobbying and help with the support and that kind of thing to get a project to happen.
All right, well, we're pretty much a little bit over time at this point. So I'm going to wrap this session up, first of all, by thanking our panelists. Thank you, Janet, Ian, and Dr. Aguilar, for your insightful comments, your contribution to today's panel. Much appreciated. I hope everyone in the audience enjoyed it. I'll just wrap up by saying this topic about connecting urban and rural, it's not just about developing political consensus, although that's an important part of it. It's about building a better society. The transportation sector, for better or for worse, in the middle of the 20th century, is particularly in the build out of America's interstate highway system, created some spatial disparities, created some separations of people socially and regionally that we live with today, and that are profoundly influential, and not necessarily in a positive way, on social cohesion in this country. We've got to think differently about how to bring people together. Transportation is one way to do it. And if we're going to do it sustainably has to mean more than just green. It has to mean that we're also thinking about equity, that we're thinking about not dividing people, but bringing them together in a world, in a post-pandemic world where more people may be telecommuting. That means less social cohesion. That means that we're facing a time where we might be doubling down inadvertently on separating people, when in fact we need most urgently to bring people together, even if it's together on a train ride. that kind of egalitarian experience is important, I think, and is one way that transportation can be influential in building a better society. We cannot think that our work as transportation planners and policymakers is limited, is in a silo, and is only about moving people from place to place. It is about that, but it's about more, because we know the power of transportation and what it can do, what it has done historically, globally, and in the United States. We can fix some of those problems. We cannot repeat the mistakes of mid-20th century transportation planning if we think about it carefully now, and if we advance in this period programs, policies, and thinking that will be the platform for truly building back better. So thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to do this, and look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you to TDC and to MIT for putting this together.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you all to our panelists and to our conference or our moderator. This was a very, very enlightening discussion, and it's one that we wish we had a lot more time to be able to share with all of you. Unfortunately, there's more to the conference that's going on, also fortunately. So for now, we're going to offer a quick video from one of our gold sponsor, New Flyer of America.
Good morning. My name is Lindy Norris, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Public Affairs for New Flyer at MCI, part of NFI Group, one of the world's largest independent bus and coach manufacturers, and a proud sponsor of the TDC-MIT Transportation and Infrastructure Virtual Summit. It's our absolute honor to virtually stand next to some of the industry's brightest minds and exceptional leaders, and to continue supporting the vision brought to life by the Transportation Diversity Council and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Today, over half the world's population lives in urban areas, and by 2045, the global population will surpass 6 billion people. As cities continue to grow, so does the need for efficient, sustainable, multimodal transportation. Across NFI, we're enabling the future of mobility unlike any other EV leader, powered by a team 8,000 strong, working across 10 countries to innovate and deliver scalable, equitable, smart mobility solutions through a 4-pillar approach. This includes vehicles, infrastructure, technology, and of course, workforce development. Workforce development remains a critical enabler to the new mobility era, and across NFI, we're working hard to deliver training, reskilling, and upskilling not only to our own teams through over 150,000 hours of training each year, but also through the Vehicle Innovation Center. We built and opened the VIC in 2017 as North America's first and only innovation lab dedicated to advancing bus and coach technology and providing critically needed workforce development on electric bus technologies and infrastructure in the face of rapidly increasing zero-emission bus adoption. Since opening, we've delivered EV, AV, and infrastructure programming to 3,000 people across 300 events to date, including our pivot to virtual learning mid-2020. To learn more, visit newflyer.com/VIC. But more importantly, we've worked alongside TDC to develop and deliver workforce development that provides opportunities for every person to participate in advanced manufacturing. You may not be aware, but it was TDC that powered our Community Benefits Framework, or CBF, which is a national initiative aimed at bolstering workforce development efforts and building diversity and inclusion across our teams. You can learn more at newflyer.com/CBF if you like. And right now in Anniston, Alabama, we're deploying a local initiative under the CBF called the Anniston Workforce Development Program that builds pathways to employment, enhances diversity and inclusion efforts, and provides opportunities for upskilling as the electrification of mobility continues. As a result of this program, we've strengthened community outreach and have reached and recruited people not traditionally employed in the manufacturing industry, including those considered underrepresented, underserved, or disadvantaged. There has to be room for every person and every voice at the table in the new mobility era, And while we're always looking to evolve and improve our workforce development offerings, we owe a depth of gratitude to both TDC and MIT for constantly providing opportunities to learn, grow, come together, and learn more about transportation and infrastructure. We're amidst a pivotal moment in history. Every part of our life as we knew it has changed in 14 very short, but also very long months. This time last year, I touched on how through the pandemic, we've relearned how important transit is, and that couldn't ring more true than today. And together, we've just watched historic funding commitments come to life that will allow our industry, transportation and infrastructure, to build long-term resilience, remobilization, as well as the ability to adopt zero-emission technology. This is a win for all of us, and it's also why we're proud to sponsor today's event. This summit, these moments, our voices, and our collective advocacy is what's making a difference in the world around us. Accessibility, affordability, inclusion, convenience, breathability, and connected communities, they're all supported by advancements in transportation and infrastructure. Together, we're reducing traffic congestion, delivering cleaner air, and building more livable cities. So while this year's summit looks a little different than those before 2020 happened, if the past year has shown us anything, it's that 2021 is the year of mobility. Transportation and infrastructure have stepped into the spotlight, and now is the time to drive change and push the new mobility era to fruition. So on behalf of New Flyer of America, thank you for the opportunity to support this journey and enjoy today's summit.
Great, thank you all. And what we will be doing now, we will be having, great, we're gonna have Greg Jennifer, who is a sponsor over at Armonde Resources Group, give a quick presentation and or a quick discussion on his, he's a sponsor for the conference as well, and so a little quick discussion on ARG.
Good afternoon, Gregory Jennifer, President and CEO of Armonde Resource Group, Inc. We're a proud sponsor of the 2021 TDC-MIT Transportation and Infrastructure Summit. ARG has been a proud sponsor of this event for many years, and we support TDC's mission to provide world-class educational and developmental programs that promote diversity and inclusion in the transportation construction industry. Its mission is in line with my company's mission to assist in the design, innovation, and implementation of programs to promote diversity and economic equality through the identification, utilization, and development of disadvantaged businesses and human resources. At ARG, we specialize in the design, implementation, and review, audit of civil rights, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, as well as compliance monitoring and reporting services. We're a certified DBE and MBE in several states nationwide. The firm was founded in 2001, and our core competencies include the design and implementation of diversity, Title VI, EEO, and workforce programs. We're recognized nationally for implementation of best practices. And at this time, I'd just like to give a special shout out to two of your honorees this year, Phil Washington and Frank Otero, two great advocates of diversity and inclusion. And in light of the time, just want to welcome everyone again. And I'm sure this will be another informative and educational summit. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Greg. And thank you again to all of our sponsors for this conference. It is very much so their donations that have helped put this conference together. So we want to thank you all for that. Right now, what we're going to have is a roughly 25-minute lunch break. At the same time, we will also be hosting trivia. We have a lot of trivia prizes, over $1,000 worth of trivia prizes, and the top eight winners for each trivia round will receive a prize. So please, if you're interested, do stick around for that. We will share the instructions on how to get that done. Otherwise, please do take the time to have a little bit of a break, get some food, anything you might need at this time as well. So right now, what we will do for those who are interested in doing trivia, we will share our screen shortly. What we will be using is Kahoot. Kahoot is an online platform in order that allows attendees to essentially play in trivia. So we're going to create a few rooms for that. At the moment, everyone, if I just put in the link in the chat, if you can please go to kahoot.it on one of your web browsers, you will be asked to show up with a pin. We will put the pins on in a second. Perfect. So what you will, I'll go to the instructions first. So go on to kahoot.it on your web browser. When we offer the pins, please put one of those in. If the game is full, please do put in a different pin for a different game. Make sure you enter your first and your last name in the nickname box. This is the only way we know who you are, and trace it back so you can actually win your prize at the end. And then please do wait until the game begins. We're going to wait until enough people show up into the trivia platforms before we start it. So don't worry if you're waiting for a little bit. All right, and then on the next slide, we should hopefully have some Kahoot pins. Perfect. So on the Kahoot.it page, it should ask you to input the game pin. One of them is 9700297. If that one is full, please do use 376554 or 8821566. Once we get all those people or everyone inside those Kahoot games, we will start it up. And the way it will work is we'll have a domestic trivia of 20 questions for about 5 minutes, and then we'll move over to international trivia. So we have questions, this is specifically on the United States, questions around transportation in the United States. All right, thank you all for the first round of trivia. I did notice that one of the rooms was accidentally international instead of domestic. So what we're going to do is we're going to have one pin for the domestic trivia. So if you did international this time, please move over to the domestic. And if you did domestic this time, please move over to international. And then we'll start that up here soon in a bit once we get people trickling in, and then start those up. Thank you all for participating in the trivia. It seemed like this was a very fun event. What we will be doing now is having a quick break before we start up with our next keynote, actually, which will be Dr. Dr. Sean Wilson and Mr. Nat Ford. So please do take the next few minutes to take a quick break, and we'll be right back shortly. Thank you.
Hello, Dwayne.
Well, hello, Ned. How are you, sir?
All right, I'm doing well.
Okay. Good, good. Well, as we get ready to begin this session, where you will be moderating the discussion with our keynote speaker, Mr. Sean Wilson, I just wanted to introduce you and then also indicate that Dr. Wilson will be a few minutes late. He's trying to make it because he's in the legislature right now, and they've had some discussion, so he is a few minutes behind.
Okay.
But just to talk to the audience, I hope you enjoyed the conference so far, the summit so far. I hope that the trivia experience was good for you and that a lot of prizes were won. But now I wanted to introduce my good friend for many, many, many years, Mr. Nat Ford. Mr. Nat Ford, he was past previous chair of APTA, American Public Transportation Association. He has led transit systems in Atlanta and San Francisco. He originally from New York. He started his career in transportation at New York City Transit. A lot of people don't know that.
It's been a while.
But that's where it all started. And Nat is an innovator. He is perhaps one of the, if not the leading transportation official in the country. One of the most knowledgeable in the industry that I've known. And at this point, Nat, I wanted to let you say a few words. And then I want to just ask you a couple of questions to give Dr. Wilson some time to join the call. Oh, it looks like we have Dr. Wilson on.
Perfect. Great, great, great.
Yes. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Well, I will go ahead and get us started into our program because I thought I had the tall order of trying to stand in for Mr. Wilson, and I don't think I could have, Dr. Wilson, I don't think I would have done as good a job as he can for himself. And it's just such a great honor to be the moderator of this panel and to work with somebody I think is one of the brightest minds in transportation in this nation, and actually serves on the Transportation Research Board Executive Committee with me. And I've been impressed ever since I've met him.
Thank you, Nate.
Well, look, good afternoon, everyone. And as Dwayne said, I'm Nat Ford, CEO of the Jacksonville Transportation Authority in Northeast Florida. And it is a great pleasure and honor to be with you today. And I think you're having a great, I guess, conference over the last few hours. And later this afternoon, I've looked at the agenda. And for this particular segment, we have about 30 minutes for what is being called a fireside chat. And then we'll turn it over to the audience to get some questions in. And for this chat, just to set your expectations, we have 3 areas that I think we're going to delve into. Clearly, we'd like to hear from Dr. Wilson as it relates to serving a diverse constituency and how politics and policy fit in. And then we'll dive a little bit deeper into the work that he's doing at the Louisiana Department of Transportation. And then I think the audience, Dr. Wilson, would really enjoy and love to hear about your background, how you got to this position, and what are your thoughts related to the state of transportation in America. And so, Dr. Wilson, once again, thank you for joining us. I know you have a busy schedule. I hope all is well with you and your family. And I think it'll be great if we just go ahead and jump right in. But again, it is an honor for me to be able to moderate this session working with you.
Well, thank you for having me. And I'm excited because I've learned how to end an appropriations committee right on time, is to tell them I have a panel presentation that you're moderating. And they got me out right at the scheduled time that we were going to be finished. So thank you for having me. Looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
All right. And thank you. So look, right now there's a lot of news regarding major transportation projects. And if you look at our history as a nation, the interstate highway and the highways, as well as other major projects, have had impacts on communities of color. How are you addressing those types of issues in Louisiana? And before you get to that, diversity is a big part of the work that I'm doing here in Jacksonville. I know that it's true of your agency as well. And so if you could share with us also, how are you ensuring that Black and minority voices are heard in the transportation industry there in Louisiana?
Well, thank you for that question. And I will tell you, let me answer the second part of it first, because I think it's going to inform how we're going about our business and how we can do a much better job in this business of transportation. You know, you look at DOTs across the country. When I became secretary, I was the only African-American state secretary of transportation in the entire country, other than Secretary Anthony Fox, who was the US DOT secretary. And that was pretty telling for me. And as a result of that, I found myself very concerned about making race the #1 issue in an environment where it just wasn't the healthiest. When I say healthy, it wasn't the safest and the most convenient way to advance and to establish myself as secretary, either within AASHTO or within my state. And so we focused on real measurable results. And we went about a business of not making diversity a banner issue, but living and walking diversity out in terms of the appointments that were made, in terms of the commitments that we were making on these various issues. And when you look at the department, there's still some areas where we have yet to really crack the formula on how to embrace and engage diversity. So for me in this business of transportation, diversity represents not just race, but gender, socioeconomic background, the geographic condition that you come from, whether you're a rural or urban oriented individual, and what your career path might be. I'm not just thinking that transportation needs to be a building full of engineers. We really need to look at all the disciplines. And so we've made some really good progress in terms of the executive leadership and identifying young talent, both engineering and non-engineering specific. And that's going to make it a lot easier for us as a department to evolve on some of these issues that I welcome from the Biden-Harris administration in terms of addressing the impact of infrastructure. Because you have a diverse workforce, it makes it so much easier for us to either be understanding and or problem solvers as it relates to those public policy challenges that we might see. And you pointed out a major emphasis in equity in terms of how we've managed and what we look at in terms of transportation. On your side, Nat, you see tremendous amounts of equity in terms of the transit space, that it's been a part of who you were and how you evolved. And I remember a panel not too long ago where we talked about the civil rights movement being a huge factor in the transit space, that was one of the places where it was first discussed. On the road and bridge side or surface transportation, that might not be so much, but what we saw was a negative implication of some of those infrastructure projects that were built in terms of the community that they're building them in. The challenge for me as a secretary is I can't go back and undo what was done in the original Eisenhower days when they built the interstate. I'm grateful they did, because it made access and opportunity and economic endeavors a success for states, but there are implications of that. And I look at something like the Claiborne Expressway, an elevated structure through New Orleans, the heart of the city, that went through a thriving minority community at the time, and took a beautiful green space and made this huge infrastructure. I think the most disappointing thing is, while the culture has evolved around that infrastructure, the state of good repair hasn't kept up with that, such that you could have perhaps staved off some of the negative implications of what's out there as a result of that infrastructure, because we did a better job maintaining it. Interestingly enough, growing up in New Orleans, that bridge has provided a nice cultural outlet for that community in terms of celebrations, activities, neighborhood character. And so we owe it to them, and we owe it to ourselves, to not just build infrastructure for the moment, but build infrastructure for the future. And I think that's what Secretary Buttigieg is talking about when you say a once in a generation opportunity to build a system, and transit is a part of that. Surface transportation is a part of that. And then the last thing I'll say as an opening comment is we have to think about how we operate that. And so one of the things I'm most proud of, while we never, ever, ever made this a big flag issue, we went from having an 8.3% DBE goal to a 15% DBE goal in 5 years. Now, do we meet that 15%? No, but we're going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 14%. And we did better than we did the year before. So while we may not necessarily achieve the goal, we do better than the year before by having a stretch goal. And for me, that is a wonderful element. And while I am not foolish to think that it's just minority businesses, a large part of that growth has been in women-owned businesses, but we're cultivating that opportunity and are taking the next steps in that dialogue. And so this engagement of people of color, of different backgrounds and of diversity, it has value both in terms of how we operate, what we build, and the effect of what we do.
Sean, you know, interestingly enough, I was so excited about you coming on board because I was a little coming into the session here because I was concerned about your schedule there, that I skipped over a very important process here, which was your introduction. And while I know you well, there may be some folks in the audience who are not familiar with you. And so what I'm going to do is take a step back, do a quick introduction of you, and then we'll reset, get back into the Q&A. So
absolutely.
In the audience who are not familiar with this phenomenal individual, this is Dr. Sean Wilson. He was appointed Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development by Governor John Bell Edwards on January 11th, 2016, after more than 10 years of executive service at DOTD. Since his appointment, Dr. Wilson has been a tireless advocate for new revenue, maximizing federal dollars available to Louisiana, as well as advancing a balanced and comprehensive transportation policy for the state and ensuring that the department is more collaborative in its work at every level. Under his leadership, they have been successful at securing and obligating nearly $150 million in additional federal dollars for the I-10 widening from I-49 to New Orleans for the Baton Rouge I-10 bottleneck, and for the shortest design build procurement in the state's history. And it's underway to widen I-10 from Highland Road to Louisiana State Road 73. In addition, under his leadership, they have been able to assist communities with alternatively fueled transit assets, and he's focused efforts on advancing passenger rail as well as helping to launch bike share in Baton Rouge. The DOTD has turned its focus now to procuring $650 million in Garvey bonds for 2 design build projects, a major urban interstate reconstruction, and the state's first public-private partnership. He earned his BA in Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Louisiana and holds a Master of Public Administration degree, as well as a PhD in Public Policy from the Nelson Mandela School of Public Policy and Urban Affairs at the Southern University. So I'm going to do that introduction and get back into the questions now. And thank you, Sean, for joining us again. Can you share with us? Yeah, you're welcome. Can you share with us your experience and some of the experiences your agency has undergone as it relates to past emergencies and disasters? We all are familiar with Katrina and the impact it had on your state, but how does some of those lessons apply to what's happening with your recovery from COVID-19?
We have we've had our fair share of disasters here in Louisiana. I think just last week, we realized we had our second earthquake, very small earthquake, but an earthquake nonetheless. We've had a 500-year storm and a 1,000-year storm within 3 months of each other, both unnamed hurricane events. They weren't hurricanes, they were just flood events. We've had a largest number of hurricanes named at any one year last year. And we've had unprecedented ice events. And the one thing that I've learned in my tenure as secretary is that it's probably undervalued, and for every future professional, unless you learn how to engage in this emergency response, regardless of your discipline, regardless of where you're going to be leading and working, a big part of my success factor in this job has been the ability to maneuver and manage these disasters very well, and manage multiple disasters simultaneously. And in those situations, you really have to throw all the books away and follow your gut around public safety, follow your gut around good business decisions, and then also do it in a way that you're looking to make the situation better than it was when you left it, meaning you have to think about it from a resilient approach. And that's a part of what we've done. And so my department, I will tell you, I've asked people to do things and to respond in a way that they perhaps have not ever done so before, because they're making sacrifices in the middle of these disasters to leave their families and to come and work for the public. I think it's best approached from a mission-driven or ministry-driven perspective, in that if this is really intended to be a purpose-driven life, something that we're supposed to do in public service, you put 110% into how you respond to those disasters. And we've learned everything from being ethical in what we do, being practical and honest and transparent, and always speaking the truth in terms of managing the public expectation. Because when you're in these publicly appointed positions, and you know this well as a public official, you're one situation away from being unemployed, not because you didn't do your job or didn't try to do your job, but because the perception of what you did or the reaction to what you did is not managed or controlled or mitigated. And so from a professional standpoint, I don't know that there's a book out there. I will tell you, in all of those degree programs you mentioned, this never came up as a topic. And so these are things that I learned as a result of experience in previous years, from being here during Katrina, Hurricane Rita, dealing with the financial crisis of, the Obama years when we had the ARA stimulus package. All of that has informed my ability, I think, to maneuver in this process and to deliver in a way that is huge impact for our citizens and for elected officials, because they're going to be the ones that are going to judge you the harshest and the most public in the bunch. So that's kind of what we've done and how we've approached disasters. And as a result, I think we've gotten too good at disasters because of this. And look, this opens up another issue that we see the Biden-Harris administration really targeting, and that's climate change. To assume that these disasters are going to continue to happen, I said to my people all the time, things are wetter, weirder, and wilder than what they've ever been before. And as a result of that, we have to not only respond to that, but we have to think about it in terms of how do we prepare ourselves to mitigate this going forward. It's got to be on both sides of that equation and not just in reaction to those disasters.
Yeah, I think you're dead on it in terms of preparation. And even with the best preparation, there are going to be those unforeseen situations that you will be judged on as a public official, and you just prepare for it. And I think there's also the importance of having excellent teams that actually have been empowered to make those decisions in the best interests of our community. And so thank you for that insight. One of the things—
Look, I'd also encourage
I'd
encourage your audience under this point to think about things like TRB and their national associations, because all of those entities help share those best practices. And so in many cases, the discipline is not going to prepare you for this. So you're going to have to earn it as a result of experience or taking advantage of someone else's experience. And that's where you and I first met, in that environment. And so all of these cutting edge issues are really being dealt with from a research-based perspective through TRB. And it's worth noting that the products that we put out are consumable. They're practical handbooks, if you will, in many respects, on how do you deal with this and how do you apply that to your own career. So as a nugget of professional mentoring, I would encourage those listening to this discussion to think about, how do I expand, or how they might expand their professional capacity through those associations on these targeted cutting edge issues, whether it's equity, whether it's climate change, whether it's disaster response, because the successful public servant is going to be one that's going to be well-informed, well-read, and as much experience as you possibly can get, and something we've never experienced before, if that makes sense.
You are 100% right. And I'm glad you mentioned TRB, because both you and I, as I mentioned earlier, serve on the executive committee. And one of the things that you and I have been encouraging and really asking of TRB is to be as diverse as possible and as inclusionary as possible. And what we've been asked in return is to talk about all of the products of TRB and the availability of the research, the documents, the studies that will help you in terms of your career and seeing these issues that are being dealt with across across the world, in terms of even some of the international work that is done as it relates to research and problem solving, everything from construction project and how to deliver those projects more efficiently and effectively, as well as climate change, as well as sustainability and new technologies related to transportation. So please go, find yourself to that TRB website so you can partake of some of the research that's being done. And moreover, we need researchers and we need talented young individuals to join TRB and be part of developing the study missions and study activity that needs to occur. So Dr. Wilson, I've got another question here for you, which is, and I deal with some of that here in Northeast Florida. Fortunately, we have great harmony amongst all of our different jurisdictions, the 6-county Northeast Florida community. And every once in a while, there may be something that we get crossways with some of our neighbors. But what is your state's role ensuring that there's harmony with adjacent jurisdictions, making sure that they think regionally and operate from a regional perspective in terms of transportation projects and cooperation and coordination around transportation?
You know, that's a very tough thing to do, but you're right. Someone's got to lead in that effort. And we actually take advantage of our bully pulpit of having a governor and a secretary who is going to be vocal about regionalization, be vocal about achieving big things that are impractical if they attempt to do it on their own. Take something like passenger rail. We've built a coalition from Baton Rouge down to New Orleans and all of those communities in between. But we've also said to them the right solution for sustainable success on this idea of rail is to get beyond just that footprint and look across the northern part of the state. So you now have a stretch across I-20 from Texas to Mississippi that has a similar organization and association, one much further than the other, but they're going to depend on each other's success. And so thinking about it from a regional perspective, we do this all the time with mega projects. So for me to talk about rebuilding this urban infrastructure through Baton Rouge, which is wholly contained within one parish for the segment that we're under construction with now, I had to make an argument to the neighboring parishes that this is going to improve their congestion. We have to get them to understand what's in it for them. And that's very difficult because as a Department of Transportation, traditionally speaking, we were taught and we've operated to invest only in that project and not think about a corridor. In terms of safety, in terms of economic impact, in terms of mobility, you have to think about it from a corridor perspective. And that's different for locally elected officials. And I think a big challenge we're going to see is while this administration that we see in Washington is really big on cities, and USDOT is really interested in working with mayors, but some of the biggest problems that they want to attack are going to be a responsibility of a state agency. And so we have to learn how to be more collaborative. And that was something that I've committed my entire tenure as secretary to being with local governments to say, my way isn't the only way, it's just one way. And likewise, there are things that local governments might be able to do better than I can. We have to be honest about those strengths. I can also think about road diets. We've got a road diet on Grambling, on Government Street here in Baton Rouge. It's a very difficult thing for me to have neighborly conversations with folks about driveways and access where we're reducing capacity to improve safety. That's better suited, I think, at a local government, but it's a road that I own. And so we work strategically to erase those geographic boundaries, to share resources and not be compelled to say, I'm only interested in building roads that I that I own as a department. But we want to improve infrastructure across the board, because that car that's going to drive on my road is also going to drive on a road in the parish or your city or municipality or a county, and then inform their opinions about that infrastructure system based on that overall experience. And so we have to tear down those geographic boundaries and limitations and be willing to share resources and efforts to deliver a comprehensive system.
You know, one of the things I share with a lot of folks here is that our citizens and constituents don't see those bright lines that we see on the maps related to one county versus another. And so as they're traveling, they want a seamless experience. They want a high quality experience. And it's our responsibility to ensure that there is good coordination and connectivity across county lines. And so I appreciate your response.
And you know, it also happens with FHWA and USDOT because a lot of the funds that they have recognize these artificial boundaries as well. And so I know this current administration is interested in revisiting that to a certain degree. And so whether you're transit coming from FTA or rail, FRA, or highway, FHWA, at some point, all those modes or entities are going to intersect. And if we aren't smart and strategic about it, we're going to waste a lot of resources. We're going to follow rules when it's rail that are going to be different than if it's transit, that's different if it's FHWA. And that's because we've got such a big system. And I think if you can separate it and strategically target the issue with those that are most impacted and develop your guidelines and approaches that honor that relationship, that tie you together and bind you, I think we're going to be much more successful than concentrating on those things that are unique to a mode and deal with those artificial boundaries.
Okay. Well, Louisiana is somewhat unique in that you are both in charge, that your agency is both in charge of transportation and development. Do you think that this model is better positioned to take advantage of the connections between land use and transportation? And, is this something that other states should take a look at in terms of combining transportation and development activities at a state level?
Yeah, when we changed our name back when we did the Constitutional Convention, I want to say in 84 or 82, we became the Department of Transportation and Development, formerly the Department of Highways. And we were merged with what was the Department of Public Works. And this was before there was ever an economic development department at the state level. And so that development is really with a capital D, and it reflects a desire to get extra value out of what we intend to build. Now, we are DOTD. We've been this way for a long time. Nebraska just very recently became the last department to not just be highways, but to be transportation. And so I will tell you in very frank terms, while we do in our name embrace development, we have not really been able to dig deeper into that issue. And that gets into things like zoning. It gets into things like land use. It gets into things like access. All of those are very difficult issues that we're having to deal with now in a way that I don't know that the legislative entities that provide oversight for us, or even the local governments for that matter, understand the D as much as it is present in what we do. In a big business perspective, the industrial plants, those places that are looking to expand and bring hundreds of jobs, they get it. They understand that a new interchange or additional capacity is going to be the gateway for their economic success. So my challenge in the next couple of years while I'm here is to try and broaden that conversation to say access management fees aren't just good for local governments, they're also good for us. When you look at the additional value that's created in our system because of statewide infrastructure, it looks for us. When we think about multimodal transportation, the integration of industrial rail, aviation, maritime assets, pipelines, broadband, another huge issue that this administration is creating a huge audience for and moving the ball very far, I think. All of those things fit under that title development as a way of creating value both for citizens and for the state. And it is unique. It is a challenge. But this governor, this secretary, we're up to the challenge. And everything that we do, when you look at the projects that we identify, they're being done to accentuate the development, even though they're traditional infrastructure in some cases.
Wow.
That's why rail for us is so important, because we can look at the value of transit-oriented development in this Baton Rouge to New Orleans footprint. We see tremendous connection between our educational system, as well as the job market on both ends and the cultural tourism elements. And so clearly getting into that space, I think will advance the ball for us tremendously on development.
It's exciting. As the top transportation official in your state, how did COVID-19 change the ways in which you support regional and municipal transportation providers in your state? And I know you and I have talked about that on some other panels, but for our audience, I think they'd love to hear some of the things that you have had to initiate, encourage, develop, design and develop to support the recovery from this pandemic.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I will tell you, way too many people have died from COVID as we've politicized a public health issue, not just here, but I think across the country. I was a patient, if you will, or a statistic of COVID a little over a year ago this past March. And it changed the way we had to think about what we do. And we're still dealing with those implications. Shortly after I was positive and then the state really began to spike, the governor made a decision that infrastructure was going to continue to be essential and that our projects were to continue. We had to learn to be flexible in terms of how we interpret contract language, which was a huge implication for us that saved money for some of our contractors, but also it allowed us to advance projects and give them benefit and credit for being able to continue to work. It changed the way we had to think about, and we're still reeling with this. We created a phased in approach to understanding traffic management and looking at how traffic impact analysis were being created, because I've got major projects out there. I'm not interested in just overbuilding in an environment if we think that folks aren't going to come. A huge project that we're dealing with now, this urban redevelopment in Baton Rouge, COVID demonstrated that we can work to manage from a public policy standpoint traffic in terms of what we encourage. And pretty soon we hope to announce some major changes in terms of how we work as a state and how we're going to work with large employers in this region to be able to mitigate traffic during construction, which is going to accelerate delivery, increase the value, and shorten the length of construction. All wonderful things for those folks that live in and around that community. It also taught us the need to really be able to manage from a policy standpoint how we treat our employees. How do we allow for employees to continue to work safely? It made it easy for me to introduce things like uniforms. It made it easy for me to introduce some new efficiencies in terms of how we schedule folks in the workforce, the 3,000 plus employees that operate all across the state of Louisiana in direct service and districts. And then more importantly, it allowed me to prioritize employee health and wellness, whether it's looking at additional services in our building to ensure that we're maintaining social distance, to ensure that we're implementing policies and protecting our building. And we had a huge issue here where we had pretty much an open access facility, and given workplace violence, as we've had far too many of those incidents in the country, just yesterday, additional security needs we see. COVID made it easier for me to shut my building down to the external public and reintroduce them to this new process of escorting people and securing our building. And that's just a wonderful thing in terms of giving our employees something else that they could advance. And then I've been able to do a couple of fun things like increase some landscaping opportunities and create a walking environment around our building so that employees have an opportunity to go outdoors. Had a couple of meetings, taking the philosophical approach of walking and talking and being outdoors. It's just a different day and age in terms of what's possible. And COVID has shown us that you can think of the impossible and think that you can still work far away. Still questions around cybersecurity. Do you let people tap into your internal systems from their home computers? Do you have enough computers on contract? Some real basic things that we have to deal with. But at the end of the day, it was about people and finding their innovations and trusting that they know what to do and how to do it. And keeping our fingers crossed that all of the audits that are going to follow are going to be appropriate and that we followed protocol that best protected our citizens.
Right, like many of our colleagues across the country, we need to share these stories of different activities that programs we implemented to actually deal with this pandemic. And in some cases, this pandemic forced us to actually do things smarter in a much more productive manner. But for, obviously a lot of folks passed away because of the pandemic. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that what are the lessons learned that came out of this in terms of our agencies and how we operate going into the future. One of the things that we're wrestling with right now is the eventual return to work. And we have identified some positions that may be, for the agency's sake, better to work from home and continue in that posture. But as a CEO, I am concerned about the collaborative nature that I encourage here at the JTA. And will I lose some of that collaborative problem solving and creative problem solving by having individuals work from home versus being in a office setting and in terms of our operations? So a lot for us to learn from, and there's some things to keep and some things we need to go back in terms of the way we've done business in the past.
You're right. It's tough to decide, can an administrative assistant work from home? That's very difficult.
Right.
How do you distinguish between one employee or another based on their work performance if civil service gave them both the same title?
Right.
And so I also have to think as a public administrator and public servant, what's the performance like? We all thought, hey, we are really knocking it out the park. People are happy. Our performance levels are really high. And then a month later, you see 2 or 3 projects slipped in terms of our letting. And then a month later, you see a few more projects slip. And all of a sudden that performance factor is starting to look a little different. And you're starting to say, well, what are we really measuring to determine whether or not our people are effective and if they're performing? Is it really just letting dates, or is it the quality of those plans? Because we haven't seen the quality go down. We've actually seen some improvements in that. So it's going to force us to think differently. And this is where TRB and NCHRP and AASHTO and others are looking deeper at what this might mean for workforce, what it might mean for cost, what it might mean for us in terms of, are we going to continue to operate a building of 6 stories that can hold 1,000 people, or can we reduce that? And can we parcel some of that out? Those are real questions for us.
That's exactly what we're contemplating right now. You could see, I guess, in my virtual background, the new regional transportation center that we built and opened up this time last year. And this is to house our, all of our administrative staff, as well as be the regional transportation center for the Grand Central Station, so to speak, for Northeast Florida. And we are having those serious conversations on how could we possibly consolidate some of our footprint inside the building, and then lease out as a revenue stream, lease out some of the floors in this building to bring in additional revenue that we're losing because of lack of activity with sales tax and gas taxes that actually are supporting us, along with the fare box in our buses, because we've seen such a, a big decline in ridership. It is hurting us from a financial standpoint, but we do have assets that if we think about business a different way, we might be able to leverage going forward. I've got a couple
of— That's the approach.
That's right. It's forcing us to be a great deal more creative and think outside the box, and things that we have never would have considered before are definitely on the table for discussion and examination. So I've got a couple more questions, and I know we want to get to our audience. So we've got about 5 more minutes, and then we're going to open it up to the audience. And please, audience members, send us questions in the chat room. But this part of the, I guess, discussion, I want to talk about you a bit, Sean.
Sure.
What got you into urban planning? What was your pathway to get to the secretary position of the Department of Transportation and Development? Did you have mentors along the way? And what would be your words of encouragement or advice to people of color, women and men, who are entering into this industry? And why would they want to come work down there in Louisiana for somebody like you?
So do you want the truth of how I ended up in planning, or you want the professional response?
I think the audience could really deserve some really boots on the ground
the hard truth
and guidance. How does this stuff, how does it happen?
So the truth story is, I was a junior in nursing at the University of Louisiana Lafayette, used to be Southwestern Louisiana. And my father passed away. And I decided, while I had the grades and I had the ability to do it, I didn't want to deal with that sickness or response or that environment. And I looked for a major that would take full advantage of all of the courses I had taken. And lo and behold, urban and regional planning had a very similar core as to what was necessary for nursing based on the classes I'd taken. And it provided me the best venue to get out of school sooner rather than later. Little did I know that it also paralleled my path in public service, whether it was through being student government president or residence hall director. It was really about people and communities. And so I got to really jump into this urban and regional planning thing from a public lifestyle standpoint, because I was interested in things like the accessibility of our university, what was happening in our transit system, how was the university going to be growing, what was the condition of our housing, all of the things that I think urban planners tend to deal with and think about. And so I did that, and I interned at our local planning commission, worked on a project for my senior project that was I-49, a project that we're still finishing up the environmental on, unfortunately. And I'll be able to sign that ROD next year, or the supplement to the ROD, and hopefully announce some funding real soon on that project. And then I moved into national service at the state level for Governor Blanco, who was lieutenant governor at the time. And I did, for her gubernatorial election, I managed transportation policy, did DEQ and wildlife and fisheries. And about 6 months into it, I learned the importance of policy and saw the political nature being in the governor's office and thought you really can't advance policy under the political umbrella all the time very effectively. Made a pitch to her to move me into the Department of Transportation, pretty much as a confidential assistant and then chief of staff. It was a position that we created. We didn't have a chief of staff prior to that. And then I found myself staying there through her term, through Republican governor shortly after she left for 8 years. And then this governor, John Bel Edwards, who worked very closely with me, gave me the opportunity to be secretary. And it's been a wonderful ride. And I will tell you that one constant, I think, is a commitment to public service, a commitment to working with folks in a very bipartisan way. This is one of the few issues in state and national government where the stakeholders don't change. I would tell you, if you go to healthcare, go to education, there are Democratic teams that do well during Democratic administrations. There are Republicans who do well in other administrations. In transportation, it's typically the same people who are building and operating our system from the private sector. And so in working with them, I've been able to really advance policy issues that are going to be of benefit to the general public, which is really where I started in planning. And along the way, I got the skill sets and the academic credentials in public administration, and then a PhD in public policy to really cement my marketability, but more so the substance of what I wanted to investigate and study and work toward. And that brought me to this place. And it's something that you cannot plan to do, but it's something that you make choices that will put you in the path to do those things, the right network, the right relationships, the right experiences. And you mentioned the word having a mentor. I've got several mentors, some in the business, some not in the business. But more importantly, there were people who I would like to call advocates, because a mentor is going to write you a letter and give you some encouraging words, but they're not going to walk through the door with you. I think it's important in this space that we have people who will actively walk with you and engage with you and others in this process to just not be a mentor, but to be a sponsor, to be an advocate for you, and then to be an advisor. And I think that is what I look forward to doing. I mentioned that I was the only African-American secretary when I started. Today, there are 5. And 4 of those 5, or 3 of those 5, I worked with closely in their careers. And I will tell you, there's not a large bench of people, much like yourself, that, do you have the opportunity to fill your seat with someone that looks like you or have a similar background as you, or has kind of come up in the game as you have, or as I have? And my goal and my opportunity is to identify a bench of people. So when another secretary or another governor or another state comes knocking and I say, no, I'm not interested, but go talk to these people. Exactly. That's how this happens. And so as a word of encouragement for your folks, it's important to be in these associations. It's important to network, and it's important to have folks that you can walk with and talk with through your career that'll give you the truth, give you advice that you might not get from other folks in your space because of the vulnerability. And it's safe to assume that there's a bunch of people I worked with along the way that maybe not were interested in Sean Wilson being secretary. And so I had to find that strength in those advocates and sponsors and mentors and use them appropriately. And, there's another story of when I applied for this position or made my intentions known. Half of those people who were mentors of mine all told me, no, we got somebody else for that job. And it just turned out that I was talking to the right person who was the decision maker themselves. And my record spoke for itself in terms of what I can do. And I think all your listeners need to understand too, that their career, their activity today is going to be a huge factor in how people are going to see you tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic message. Fantastic message. So I'm looking in the chat room. I don't see any questions yet, but I may have a couple more up my sleeve here, Sean. So,
sure.
So how is your agency today actively supporting the career development of women and minorities in your agency? So, do you have, obviously you have some diversity and inclusion activities. What are you most proud of in terms of some of those initiatives, and what initiative could you share with the audience?
Sure. So one of the first things I did in my building, we've only had one person of color to be secretary prior to me, General Patin, and I've gotten the chance to meet and spend time with him. We've had one female to be secretary, and I was her chief of staff. She was there for 6 years under Governor Jindal, right before me. And so when I walked into the building, we had a wall of honor, if you will, of civil servants, and there were no people of color. And then we had a hall of fame that had no people of color and still to this day have no women. And so I was very intentional at the very beginning of saying, I don't expect that we're going to nominate anyone else unless we nominate people of color to have the best opportunity to be a champion. And so now there's a person of color on one of those walls. That was an intentional act that I did at the very beginning to set a tone. I also, as I mentioned, set the tone of saying we're going to continually increase our DBE participation. That's an internal conversation. But more importantly, I think we created what's called a diversity advisory council, where we dug into the department and we found individuals of different diverse backgrounds, race, gender, ethnicity, and we brought them into a room, and we've now created a standard venue whereby that group responds to some of the issues that we're dealing with as a department and as a policy effort in terms of compliance and inclusion at the department, whether it's individuals with disabilities or women. We're actually tracking data to make sure that we're looking at that. Another piece that we've done was we've instituted a requirement to put DBEs on contracts where we just hadn't done it before. So very few, if any, of our consulting contracts ever had a DBE goal on it. And so I thought, man, this is a huge opportunity to grow that audience by requiring DBE participation. And that's a part of how we've been able to be very successful. And then the last thing I will tell you is knowing that the future of this department is going to really be baked into who we have in the department. And this is a very difficult thing to do because we're not very diverse in certain areas of our department, but we've required that there be diverse representation of folks on panels from an HR perspective. And so I don't want to have a panel that someone who's going to come in is going to be looking at all females or everybody who's over 65 or all, one particular race or ethnic group. I want to make sure that if we expect to recruit in places like the National Society of Black Engineers or, National Association of Black Public Administrators, all of those organizations need to know that when they come through the door, there's a fighting chance. And then I've also been able to send contracts back that didn't meet my goals. So your leader has to be accountable. We've sent contracts back if they didn't include a goal. We've not approved positions if they didn't bring people that were diverse. And so we've left them open long enough. And guess what? We now have our first female multimodal commissioner who happens to be African-American. My executive counsel is an African-American. And so we're intentional about looking the part. This started with my governor, who has the most diverse cabinet in the state's history. And his position is his leadership team is going to be as representative as the state of Louisiana is. And when I did my thesis in public administration, that's how we defined diversity. We said it needs to be representative of the population that you serve. That's going to be the best way to get to numbers that are meaningful and numbers that don't threaten people, I think. That's an important aspect of what we do in this public space when it comes to issues of race and diversity. And so then the last thing I'll tell you is what's important and what gets funding is what we're going to measure. And so those are things that we're tracking our success. And we're doing it in a way that says, let's not just look at percentages. Let's look at raw numbers of what 15% is of $2 billion. That's not a big number in terms of where you are, but it sounds like it's a huge number in terms of what it is. So having the conversation is important to show people my organization chart and not put names or titles or degrees, but just put faces and say, what does this look like? When you look at this department in my largest section, and look, we're not there yet, so I'm not suggesting we're perfect, but in the operations division of DOTD, we've got about 3,000 people in operations. I do not have one person of color who's a DA or who is in one of the top 2 positions in any of those districts. The hard part is I've got to get people to get into the system and be committed to working there and paying their dues and learning the process, but we have to embrace them. We have to give them an opportunity, and that we have done. And I suspect that in the next few years, as we start to see folks retire, we're going to see more people move into those positions that are going to be representative.
You know, that's why you and I kind of get along so well right from the very start, because what you just shared is kind of the same playbook that I've used here once I arrived here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yep.
And you're leading by example. You're showing the courage to make those tough decisions in spite of what the past and history has been. But you've shared, I guess, the importance and value you have as it relates to this. And like I said, more importantly, the courage to put those checks and balances in place and initiate those activities that will help you with diversification of your leadership team.
It's good for business. It's good for business.
I agree.
And you know, the reality is if we had made this an issue and didn't perform by larger standards, you wouldn't be able to achieve any of these goals. And I think, you know, you are correct that those places and those individuals who manage their agencies in a way that are universally performing well, but then you also make an argument on how you can perform better, because the fact that we diversify only gets us out of our workforce jam. I mean, nationally, we deal with this as AASHTO. You know, American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials have dealt with workforce development issues for a long time. If we really opened ourselves to diversity, I guarantee you, you're going to have a much larger pool to choose from. And as a result, you won't have the workforce challenges out there as if you were allowing only a certain population or a certain segment of the community to be considered for those positions. And so I think it's a larger issue that we have to think through and be very strategic about how we lead and what we expect to achieve in these public positions, and realize if we don't perform, we won't be here long. If you weren't successful, you would.
Did I lose you? We're still connected well?
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
One point, you know, and I'm going to turn over to Dwayne because I think he's got a question we want to slip in here. You know, we just had Sean Rochester come to the JTA. He wrote a book about that's called The Black Tax. I think I'm getting it right. And what he shares with is the loss of economic success because elements of our community is not included in the decision-making, creative problem solving that occurs for any business in any industry. And if you look at the natural bell curve of excellence and you go to the far right side of that curve, there is geniuses in every race and every gender in our world. And to not have the benefit of tapping into that genius in the right end of that bell curve for different racial issues really hurts business and hurts the creativity. And just think of over decades, patents and creative solutions that were left out because individuals of color were not part of the decision-making, creative problem-solving process. And just think about where our economy and our community would be if that whole bell curve of talent was utilized in terms of addressing the issues and challenges facing transportation and any other industry in our world. So with that, I'm going to close a bit, and I know you might want to respond to that. I'm going to turn to Dwayne next, but we're getting ready to get rolling now.
All I was going to say was I look at all the most successful businesses in this country. Look at the Amazons, look at the Starbucks, look at these companies and see what their commitments to diversity are and how they recruit people. And let's apply that to public services, the only wise and smart thing to do, because it works. Delta, right. It works. Look at these major companies, it works.
Yes, it is affecting the shareholder value in the bottom line. And so that's
Absolutely.
why I applaud you and your thoughts around that. Dwayne, it looks like you have a question. Dwayne,
yes.
what's your inquiry?
To Dr. Wilson, well, first I wanted to congratulate a wonderful chat, fireside chat or discussion. I wanted to take this opportunity, I guess self-promote TDC to Dr. Wilson. You hinted about the retirement rates. We know that 30 to 40% of folks in the industry at any given day can retire right now. TDC, we developed educational programs. We co-founded a high school in the Bronx 10 years ago, Bronx Design and Construction Academy for the construction trades and transportation infrastructure. We also did the innovative design for LA Metro's transportation school that's coming up. We did the first groundwork for that school. We're not currently involved with the school because there was a bidding process, but the core of the work we did. We currently in the process of partnering with the Brooklyn Borough President here in New York to transform a transportation school into a local boarding school as well, like LA model, to really provide, where the district we're looking at, 1 in 5 of the youngsters are homeless. So to just ask the question, how can Transportation Diversity Council work with your state and your department to provide some assistance in enhancing diversity and inclusion in the workforce?
Great question. I think integrating your business model and what you're interested in doing at the level of not just Louisiana DOT, but I'll make a commitment to you, as the incoming president of AASHTO and having worked very closely with our Civil Rights Committee, I'm a huge advocate of collaborating and understanding what opportunities are there. And I think there's an opportunity to engage your leadership with our Civil Rights Committee that's representative of all of the departments of transportation to best find those opportunities to help engage. And so specifically to Louisiana, I'll say I'll make a commitment to put you with Paula Roddy, who manages all of our compliance section, but more importantly, also put you in touch with our HR department from a recruitment perspective to make sure that you're a part of the list of solicitations when we are seeking positions of various levels, in case there are folks who are interested in coming to the South and working in the great state of Louisiana. There's an opportunity to do that as well. And then the third option I think is out there is we have a process improvement office at the department whose goal it is to look at these conversations, look at the cutting edge issues, and make sure that we're doing the best we can. And so between QSIP and the executive branch, as we look at this conversation of equity and make sure that we're strategically aligned with people, my department, as well as other departments, are going to have to do a much better job of finding the benchmarks and hold ourselves accountable to really achieve those goals. And you may be in the best possible position to help us, one, as an outside entity that we've not worked with, but two, an entity that has a proven track record of achieving some of those goals that we're looking to replicate, not just at Louisiana DOT, but at transportation departments across the country. And so as secretary, I'll make that commitment to you for Louisiana. And as the incoming president, first person of color, by the way, for AASHTO, I'll make that commitment that we will collaborate with you as well through the Civil Rights Committee, as well as other committee structure that makes sense within AASHTO's organization.
Well, that's very impressive, and we appreciate that, Dr. Wilson, for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I think we're at the end of our time, and there seems like there has been some questions that entered into the chat room. Dwayne, I think you know how to reach out to Dr. Wilson and how to get a hold of me. I'd love to circle back and answer any of their questions in writing or through a phone call. You know how to reach out to reach out to us. But I would say one thing is, for your students who are getting engineering, planning degrees and things of that nature related to transportation, there is a shortage of talent in this industry. And I know in terms of my particular case, as well as I think for Dr. Wilson's case, the number of projects that we have under our watch, and with this new administration, the Biden administration and Secretary Buttigieg really making specific commitments as it relates to rebuilding infrastructure, modernizing infrastructure. My concern is right now, do I have the pipeline of talent to get that work done? And so, I would like as a word of advice to any of your students, think geographically around the entire United States, and have the courage to look and go for where those opportunities are, because here in Florida, as well as in Louisiana, there's work to be done, both at the state level and at local levels related to transportation. And so I just want to offer that up, and feel free to look at our websites to get information in terms of those opportunities, as well as internships.
And look, the only thing I would add to that,
I would imagine you, Dr. Wilson, you've got an internship program. So do I. We're trying to build talent.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
We absolutely do. The only other thing I would throw out to your students who are listening here is don't just look at it from the state or local government side. Think about it from the private sector opportunity as well, because many of the companies that we work with, I tell you, it would be a distinguishing characteristic for them to market this as an opportunity for how they're going to pursue some of the work that we expect to come out of Washington. Because not only are they saying we've got to do a better job of delivering it, we also want to look like we're a different place in what we do, because we're going to have different levels of success. We can't just send anybody into any community and expect to get public engagement that's going to enrich a project. And so think about it from a state and local level, but also think about it from the private sector on how you can pitch a business imperative to becoming more inclusive and diverse, because we don't see a lot more coming to us on the outside as we have on the inside. So huge opportunities out there. You're absolutely correct.
That's right. Great words of
advice. That's very good. There was one question from the audience, if you don't mind, Dr. Wilson, or
Certainly.
and I'll read that off. Do you have words of advice for people with more technical and engineering backgrounds looking to enter government planning work? But it's you partially addressed it now, but they wanted a little bit more specifics on that.
I would say to that technocrat, there's absolutely a place for you in these organizations. I think it's important to make sure that as a professional, you have the ability to think not just technically, but very practically in terms of the impact or the implication of the work you're doing. One of the hardest challenges, and one of the things I think I've been able to do, is to translate issues of importance from my engineers to an elected official. They both speak different languages, but talk about some of the same things. And so if you can find a place to plant yourself in the middle and enhance your communication abilities, that's absolutely there. The last thing I'll say is, from a technological standpoint, we are going to be lost if we don't build capacity in the public sector for technical expertise. Typically, we can't afford it, whether it's technicals, analytics, or economics. Those are key positions that are going to be absolutely essential in making business decisions going forward, but we've not been in a place to be able to afford that. And so it's incumbent upon Nat and myself to go back and find money to be able to make those types of offers available to those individuals if they're willing to come and work in the public space where there's huge need for their value and for their work.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Wilson and Nat Ford. Very much appreciated. I'm going to turn this back over to Ruben, our MIT coordinator, to move the program forward. But if we can hear a round of applause, I'm sure it's thundering right now. And I understand that later on, Jenny Kwong
Leslie Richards.
Dr. Leslie Richards, the competition is on. So,
Great competition.
Yes. So very good presentation. So Ruben, it's on you.
All right. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you both to Nat Ford and Dr. Sean Wilson. That was an absolutely fantastic discussion. These are the kinds of conversations that it makes it really difficult to only give an hour to these speakers. But nonetheless, we have many other discussions to have for the rest of the conference. So for now, I'm really excited for this next upcoming panel as well. We are going to have Jared Johnson, who is a director over at board member over at Transit Matters, the local advocacy group in Boston. He's going to be moderating this panel session on transportation and a COVID-19 just recovery. So Jared, please take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here, and really excited to be here with my co-panelists. So first, I'll just ask them just to go around and just to say a little bit about themselves. So we'll start with Fonse.
Hello, how are you? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Fonse Caver. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. This summer, I'm standing in for our CEO, and I am the acting CEO and general manager for the Greater Cleveland RTA. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Great. We'll pass it over to Sam.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sam Zimbabwe. I am the director of the Seattle Department of Transportation. We're the city transportation agency for the city of Seattle and have responsibilities around roads, bridges, people walking, biking, our Vision Zero programs, and also work very closely with our transit agencies on moving people through and within the city. So great to be with everybody here this morning too. Or morning for me, I think it's afternoon for just about everybody else.
Great. And then Alex.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex Wiggins. I'm the CEO here in New Orleans of the New Orleans Regional Transit Authority. Have been here, it'll be 2 years in July, so time is flying by. And I'm formerly of Seattle. You know, I spent the vast majority of my career in Seattle and used to work at SDOT. So Sam runs a good shop, so it's an honor to join him on this panel today.
Great, thank you for those introductions. Well, I think for the first question, you know, what do you think is the biggest thing, you know, coming out of COVID, you know, that your agencies are going to be looking to change? What are some of the either the trends that you've been seeing or sort of changes that you've always wanted to make that you think are really going to be some of the first things that the agencies will do coming out of COVID?
Hey, I'll jump in and take that to get us started here. It's really challenges across multiple lines, essentially, is that we have obviously employees to care for. Our employees want to make sure that they're safe. We have riders to care for, and we have to really convince the ridership that, you know, mass transit is safe, it's clean, and it's time for them to return, essentially. The other challenge is that the workday has changed. In many cases, staff who were commuting are working remotely. And it's probably fair to say that many of us in this call have probably spent a lot of time working remotely over the last year. And so how do we really plan to continue to generate ridership and revenue with a very changed workplace? And so the challenges are multiple, but I think they really begin with people. How do we take care of our employees? How do we make sure they're safe if we encounter another challenge like this again? And of course, the safety of our ridership.
Yeah, this is Dr. Caver. I echo those comments, particularly as we look at the ridership gain. Most of our systems are created to serve with a priority to serve our downtown business district. In most of our cities, the downtown jobs are the jobs that could easily transport to work from home, given their office nature. In our city, our two largest sectors in our downtown areas are professional service and finance, right? So things that could easily happen by one's computer. And so as we think about challenges in the years ahead, it's what do we do with groups, which I think what we found is that there'll be some level of working from home, which will continue to depress ridership, which then also continues to depress fare revenue. But, you know, as our organization look at the challenges, we have not sought to be pessimist, right? It did open up some other things that are just tremendous opportunities. I think that as we've gotten more people used to things like Uber Eats and all of these really creative ways to serve people, it's going to create an expectation that our agencies, you know, really modernize, really become demand driven and flexible. And so we see that the disruption that's occurring will probably have more benefits than it would be negatives.
Yeah, and I'll say, you know, as I look at how, you know, overnight last spring, about a year ago, we went from solving a congestion problem or feeling like we were supposed to be solving a congestion problem in and out of downtown in our peak hours to really seeing how that that became less urgent. We're still down in Seattle 20 to 30% in terms of vehicles coming into and out of downtown, and even more than that probably in the number of people coming to and from our downtown. But the last year has laid bare four intersecting and intertwined crises from a transportation perspective, at least here in the Seattle region. I imagine it's somewhat similar in every city across the country. Those are really a safety crisis. We've had an increase in fatalities and serious injuries on our streets. Our climate crisis, we've seen, even despite the downturn in driving, transportation is the #1 sector in Seattle for greenhouse gas emissions. An asset management crisis. We've underinvested in our infrastructure for a long time, and that's coming back to haunt us. And then an equity crisis, and the disparate impacts of the pandemic and the economic effects on communities of color in Seattle and parts of the city that had seen disinvestment over generations, and those places were then hit by both pandemic and economic impacts, and are in danger of being passed over in an economic recovery if we can't continue to provide safe, reliable means of travel for communities reaching jobs, both within the city and at a regional level. So all of those things really intersect in thinking about how we move forward in transportation. And I don't know that there are easy answers. And one thing that's been especially challenging for us here is the challenge of actually talking to people during the pandemic of what has changed, and really understanding what is changing about their travel needs and how we can support that from a transportation system management perspective and a transit perspective as well.
That's great, and I want to just sort of go off of what Sam was saying. What do you all see? The roles of your agency or department in addressing some of these systemic racial and socioeconomic inequality issues.
I'll start. I think during the pandemic, and particularly during the stay-at-home orders, as Sam said, it personified the difference in the types of employees that we have. I think that we used to have the blue collar, white collar divide. I think the new divide for the future is going to be those who can work from home and those who can't. Right. And so we had this group of people who were, it was necessary for them to still get to work. These are the hospital workers, the Amazon workers, the Walmarts, all of these essential services. And for us, it became just tremendously important to really keep their mobility. And if some of us remember that time, right, and some of the people on this line may have been blessed, but there were really people who were praying that their jobs didn't lay them off. And so when we look at the equity issue for us, it has been really staying solvent so that we can have a robust network to get people to work. The work trip is our #1 trip, but it became even more important during the pandemic because those who needed to go frequently were those who were without a car, and they were a part of our environmental justice communities.
And I'll follow. I think the points are right on. Looking at how we recover from COVID through an equity lens is absolutely key. And so one of the things that we're doing here at the New Orleans RTA is we are really patting ourselves after a program I participated in many years ago in Seattle, essentially a race and social justice initiative. And we're putting together a race and social justice toolkit that really encourages us to take into account demographic, ethnicity, income, whether it's a home with a car or without, and make that part of our decision-making as we plan our return to full service, to make sure that we can really connect folks to jobs and educational opportunities better than we were before the pandemic. And the reality about our business is, transportation, many of our essential workers are people of color. And across the country, many essential workers are people of color. And if we go back to how we were initially impacted at the onset of COVID, there was really this double whammy. You know, we found that we had to drastically reduce service. And so in our case, we reduced service immediately by 50%. And for essential workers, that actually, in an unintended fashion, we limited their access. We actually limited their mobility because we were responding to this crisis. And so as we move forward, we just have to be extremely mindful of how we're connecting, who we're connecting, and ensuring that we're not leaving anyone behind.
Absolutely. Well, and you know, to your point around sort of that double whammy, I know one of the things that happened for a lot of transit agencies was increased costs. I believe here in Boston, that number was around $1 million a week in additional cleaning and supply costs. And so, you know, how have your agencies or departments mitigated that financial burden from COVID-19, and sort of how is that going to sort of play in you know, having to shift to you know, to attack these sort of new you know, this sort of new operating model that Fonse talked about, or in trying to address racial equity, as Sam talked about. I guess let's have Sam.
Yeah, I can jump in, and maybe if I can just say one thing briefly in response to the previous question too. We over the last few years have convened a transportation equity work group of outside folks that are not necessarily our traditional transportation stakeholders, but are representing community-based organizations in our communities of color, in representing people of different abilities, variety of different viewpoints, and we've worked with them to develop a transportation equity framework that we'll be finishing a little bit later this year. Having that process through the pandemic year, it was challenging, but also I think very instructive of, you know, a lot of what was exposed was the underlying inequalities of our transportation system broadly, and how that was only deepened in the public health crisis. When we talk with that group about transportation equity, often what comes in is all of the other things that are affecting communities, from housing, you know, community safety, affordability, a whole bunch of different things that if we took a very narrow view of transportation, we would say that's outside of our lane, that's outside of what our focus is. And I think if we look at that more holistic, really addressing some of the inequalities in our transportation system requires us to look beyond just what our streets are doing or what our buses are doing, but look at some of those other systemic things. And some of those things will be things that we have to, as a Department of Transportation, take to our partners in terms of where housing investments are going, how economic development is connected, what it really means for a community to be safe and protected, and sort of how that all feeds together to make an equitable transportation system as well. In terms of some of the costs, Alex said it really well at the beginning. As we were managing through the pandemic, we were thinking about what it meant to keep our employees safe, what it meant to keep the traveling public safe, what it meant at the same time as we were seeing some of these really rapid changes in demand. And so, you know, I think the transit agencies felt that much more important, you know, much more impactfully because of the driver exposure. But you know, I run an agency that has about 1,000 people that work for it, many of whom are day to day out in, you know, working on streets, repaving streets, retiming traffic signals, a whole bunch of things that are done that can't be done in an office, can't be done from home. We reduced our ability to do work substantially last year to keep our employees safe. At the same time as we were seeing all these changes and, you know, calls for emergency bike lane networks and emergency sidewalk networks and things like that could help with the public health crisis and help move people, we had to pull back a lot on what we were able to do. And that's been a real challenge. It hasn't necessarily increased our costs so much, but there was a big shift in what we could do and how we could support the community.
Hey,
Thank you.
I'll follow Sam on that second question about, you know, how we're really looking at the responsibility of creating a safe atmosphere for both work and travel. You know, but for the COVID funding, it would have been very, very difficult for us. You know, we were fortunate that our employees took it upon themselves to install barriers, and they really kind of made makeshift barriers to protect operators. But the actual cost of cleaning and maintaining equipment was fairly substantial. And I think that as we move forward, I'm sure my colleagues are kind of looking at the innovations out there. There's been some really innovative work on disinfecting air environments, purifying air, using everything from ultraviolet light to specialized filters on both fixed route and both bus and train, I should say. But the costs have been significant. The staff hours have been significant. And while it definitely does have a direct impact on safety, I know there's some research that says otherwise, that cleaning doesn't make a difference. I'm one of those that believes that cleaning absolutely makes a difference. There's also a psychological benefit. And I think as we look to attract riders back and make our operators feel safe, I think we're going to need to sustain the major investment in cleaning our equipment for quite some time. In our case in New Orleans, we do a deep clean every 24 hours on all of our equipment. And so that is a huge burden, but I think it's a very necessary step in order to mitigate the impacts of COVID.
Yeah, and I won't take the time to ditto it, but surely the increase in costs at the beginning was very daunting. The CARES funding and the subsequent stimulus and COVID relief funds have been of assistance to us and have allowed us to both clean and keep vehicles safe and facilities safe, but more importantly, also allowed us some stability necessary to be catalytic when people and companies come back to work. And so for us, we weren't, I think we just lost our moderator. For us, we weren't at a place where we had to make a drastic service cut, but the service cut we did make was 15%, and it hurt in our community. When folks ask us to be more like a business and be in a demand-based system within our region, you need the network, right? So I can't just take the bus that people seem to think people don't ride a lot, because that's a connector to the remaining aspects of the system. And so ours works very close together. And so we sought to try to preserve as much, because where people were beginning their trip might not have been where they ended, and where we see the economic generators where someone would say, choose the line that services the Amazon facility. Well, the people who get there don't just take that one line, they may come 2 or 3 bus lines. And so the funds that we received through CARES and the subsequent legislation have been a tremendous value to allow us to be catalytic and as a part of the economic puzzle to get people back to work.
Thank you. And also, again, I want to pick up on a theme Sam talked about at the beginning of this question, that was around sort of public engagement. And so, how have your agencies, conducted public engagement, during the pandemic? And then are there going to be any shifts sort of going forward? One of the things that was really, that was really impactful during the pandemic was just really laying bare just how important essential workers are, and how important folks in environmental justice communities are, since they made up the majority of the ridership, even in the the lows. And so so I'm curious to hear like I said, how public engagement was done, and if there'll be any changes going forward.
If I could start, we are in the process this spring of implementing a system redesign. And so this fall was a time period where we needed to go out and hold public hearings. So we had public involvement in 2019 that kind of helped decide what the general parameters of the system redesign would look like. But this fall we had to go out to the community. And so we found ourselves to be very nimble. And so we used WebEx and Zoom to meet folks. We met with stakeholders and communities through electronic formats. We placed things out in YouTube and on Instagram and Twitter so that people could send us comments. And so we really tried to penetrate that. Now, we do recognize that not all people have those tools. And so when we can return to in-person, that will always be a critical part of our communication strategy. And so the council ward meetings and the library meetings are still the way that we think are critical to democracy and meeting people where they are. But I do think that given the tools that we had during the pandemic, that our flexibility and ways that we attempted to engage folks, engage members of the community and leaders was different, and it allowed us to continue some movements forward that we think will be beneficial for the community.
Yeah, I can pick up on Dr. Caver's remarks there because I think they're right on and very parallel with our experience too. You know, I think our traditional ways of engaging people, especially around our projects, would be to have a meeting where everybody has to come to a place and we sit around and we present, a lot of times present at people rather than really engage and interact. And we've pivoted that to being all online. We lose something in that of not having the interpersonal interaction that is possible in that in-person setting. But we've also been able to move some really big initiatives entirely online in a virtual environment. And that's enabled, I think, people who struggled to participate in those in-person environments for a variety of reasons, but it's enabled more participation across the community. We've also been able to, through that process, more easily record and post meetings that we've hosted so that if people miss it and they can catch up or whatever, but sort of make a more transparent public process on some of these big things that have gone on. We had to close the busiest bridge in our inventory, carrying 100,000 people a day because it was cracking and at risk of failure. We've gone through about 20 community task force meetings, all virtually, and been able to move through a lot of really challenging topics around what we're doing from an infrastructure perspective, what we're doing from a mitigation perspective, entirely virtually. And those would have been meetings that our default in the past would have been to, you got to come to a place during 12 to 2 or in the evening or what have you, and that really limits the participation of who is able to participate. So without losing some of those gains, I think there's also a lot that we're missing by not being able to be out there talking to people in quite the same way as we would have otherwise.
Absolutely. I think that hybrid approach is key.
We, unfortunately, the timing of the onset of COVID had a real impact on the outreach associated with our bus system redesign. We essentially, in March of 2020, were at the conclusion of the redesign work, and we're then scheduled to go out to the community to begin to solicit feedback. And to Dr. Caver's point and to Sam's point, in order to be effective in this business, you really have to meet people where they are. And that's a combination of different outreach strategies. In some cases, it's, community meetings. In some cases, it's on board a bus or at a transit center, et cetera, or using social media. And so we were adversely impacted in our ability to solicit feedback. And so we ended up pivoting like everyone did, pivoted to social media and pivoted to virtual environments, hosting, committee meetings, board meetings in the virtual environment, community meetings in the virtual environment. I think we had limited success. I think that if I'm 100% honest, we would have been more effective. Well, obviously, had we not experienced COVID, but if we would have been able to figure out how to really get to people where they are. Because earlier, Dr. Caver made the point that not everyone uses or has access to this technology. And so one of the ideas that really came from a staff member was, what if we were to actually begin these conversations or begin these outreach efforts via text? And maybe not everyone follows us on Twitter or on the other platforms, but if we construct and draft a text properly, we may get a response. And so I'm very interested in, as we continue to recover from COVID, to find new ways to connect.
Thank you. All right, so I've got one last panel question, and then we'll move to more of a lightning round with individual questions. But the last question for this portion is, I think, between, the state of good repair backlog that a lot of agencies have, perhaps what's going to come down the pipe with the American Jobs Plan, there's workforce development is going to really be a key part of that, to make sure that that the same communities that ride transit are the ones who are going to be able to benefit from this. So, how do you all pair your workforce needs with the programs that are developing those skills in future workers?
Yeah, I could start, and I'd like to just share a partnership that we have that is showing itself to be start off to be very beneficial. And so our organization, like many organizations, we're fighting for talent. We're fighting to introduce individuals to our work, right? It's that we believe that there's great work in transportation and transit. Not everyone understands the benefit of that type of work. And so one of the things that we've done here to both help the community in aggregate development, to help upskill our employees, as well as to help bring employees to us, is we created a partnership, and it's called a Community Job Hubs. And this is a partnership with our local junior college. It's called Tri-C, Cuyahoga Community College, where we're working with them in a model that they have. And in these job hubs, they bring members of the community to a business or a nonprofit that's in the neighborhood. So now you don't have to try to get to the central campus area. And they're doing entry-level skills. Some of it is coding, other things are light maintenance and things of that nature. And they bring these folks here and link with a partner, in our case, RTA, to help try to find and give people a start at getting what we believe are good jobs, but surely what a job that in our market creates a tremendous value for someone to start being able to support their family and do the like. And so we're working on this job hub. It's in its infancy stages with us. We're looking to use the community college to upskill our current employees for lifelong learning, right? So some people come in at an entry level, but there's just a myriad of career paths that they could take. And we're trying to be active in both the workforce development piece of creating jobs within our community, but also in ensuring that members of the community see our organization as a place where they can start a career and maybe have a lifelong career. And so my thought would be that if there's opportunities to work with your local junior college or community college, traditionally the students there are frequently out of the environmental justice communities, and they're looking for a chance to get started. And we found a kindred partner in our community who's steadfast and laser focused at ensuring equity in their education, and we're looking to work with them to give people opportunities once they finish their studies.
And I'll follow up. I need to borrow that name of your program for you, Doc, because we are actually forming a similar partnership. We just don't have a name for it yet. The strategy of partnering with local community college is, I think, right on point. And so we have started those conversations with Delgado Community College here in New Orleans. And to the point that was made earlier, and I heard Dwayne Sampson talk about it earlier, and my former boss at LA Metro, Phil Washington, is that as close to 40% of our workforce can walk out the door and retire in 5 years or less. And so we have to ensure that we've got the right and well-trained technicians to take their places. And I'll make it real personal for us here in New Orleans. A lot of folks don't know, but we operate the nation's oldest continuously operating streetcar system. Goes back to the 1800s right here in New Orleans. And the technical skill it takes to maintain that system, you can't really learn it anywhere, but either on the job or in an apprenticeship program. We can't order parts. We have to make parts. And so training that workforce is absolutely key. And so we have just started those conversations with Delgado Community College. And what we're hoping to do is, on a smaller scale, accomplish what Dwayne did in New York, pick up where Phil is in LA, and put together a 2-year vocational transportation program at the community college level that will give students a very general baseline of technical and, of course, practical and management knowledge and education. And so that's our vision, and we're on our way. And so I'm going to circle back with you so I can get some name ideas.
Hey, Alex, I'll just share one piece. The president of our community college here in Cuyahoga College was the former president of Delgado Community College. His name is Alex Johnson. He was there during Hurricane Katrina. And so I think us getting together will help you and maybe give them some quick ways to upscale the program.
Certainly. Great. Thank you.
I'm definitely taking notes too. And I would just sort of echo that in the infrastructure realm, there's this really broad range of skills and experience, and same graying workforce, but having being able to maintain our roads and bridges and things like that takes a lot of skill and expertise, but doesn't always require the same education levels. It can be some more on the job training and ways to broaden those opportunities in communities that have often been overlooked. And we unfortunately had to put we run the traffic signals for the city. We had to put a signal apprentice program on hold because of some of the financial impacts that we felt and the revenue losses that we had in the transportation realm last year. But sort of having those pathways into long-term steady employment is how we're going to build the next generation of city employees that care about our infrastructure and care, manage it safely and effectively, which are, long-term jobs. The reason why we have such a graying workforce is that we have really good long-term steady opportunities for folks as well. But we need to have the next wave and the next generation be something that is broadly representative of our communities and open to people who are taking different pathways into employment as well as needing to build some of these technical skills, data science and things. And I appreciate joining at the end of the last panel too. Those are things that we have a really hard time competing with often in the private sector, at the same time as people really want to give back to their community and be part of the future of working and planning for their community. So making sure people understand how to get into these public sector employment opportunities is also critically important.
Great to hear the collaboration and planning going on at all those agencies. So now we'll move to the lightning round. So the first question is Dr. Kaver. So recently, Amtrak has proposed adding or increasing service on 5 routes in Ohio, 4 of which pass through Cleveland. If Cleveland becomes a regional Amtrak hub as proposed, what kind of efforts would be made to strengthen connectivity to hubs in and around the Cleveland area?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. We have seen some of those conversations, and the good thing about our community and its history is that railroads all kind of end up in the same place in our community. And so where the current Amtrak hub is and where some conversations have been to place additional Amtrak's places which are near it, we actually have our waterfront line, a light rail system coming through there. And it's right off of a freeway. And so we would surely make sure that we tie into it. We do recognize that as things come up like the Hyperloop and those type of items, getting people to the next community is one thing, but how do they disperse once they're there without a car and frequently? And so we surely will be at the table for those type of conversations and want to be able to play in that space where there's a transportation hub that would allow people to disperse throughout the community. In our case, we have a network that is increasingly getting better through our system redesign. And we actually also have a network that is centered on the downtown area. So if the Amtrak hub were to come, we would be able to disperse people throughout the community fairly well. But surely we believe that those types of opportunities for the Midwest would be tremendous value and a tremendous generator for economic impact and development.
Great, thank you. Glad to see that getting folks around once they get there and to get off of Amtrak is a key priority. So this next question is for Alex. So in October of last year, the RTA absorbed its operations and maintenance functions ending the outsourcing of those services to TransDev. What motivated the RTA to move these functions in-house, and how has that transition been? And what are some lessons you can share from that experience?
Well, great question, and a very timely one. And so it's a combination of factors, but principal among them was to focus on service quality and to focus on equity. And then, of course, it was followed by the benefits we saw, cost savings financially. What I found when I first arrived here was, I grew up in New Orleans, and I remember this being a very grand, reliable system. And I found that we really weren't meeting community expectations in terms of our on-time performance, some of the status of our equipment, and even really basic on a customer service level. And the prior model essentially didn't provide a level of accountability to the board and the public that we've all come to expect in transportation. And so in consultation with the board, we decided to make that move. Beginning last year, we completed that transition in December. And so service quality, equity, and of course, we want to make sure that we are the best, stewards of the taxpayer dollar. Now, our biggest challenge will be to deliver on-time, reliable, safe transit service with excellent customer service, and really begin to reinforce the transit culture that I grew up riding. This is a fantastic system, and we have fantastic employees, but we really need to drill down on the basics. Picking up our passengers on time, transporting them to where they need to go safely, and then making sure from an equity perspective that we're connecting all neighborhoods to jobs and educational opportunities in a very, very equal fashion, and addressing areas where we have imbalance. We found before the system redesign that we had more service in areas where we probably don't need it, and less service in areas where we critically absolutely need to connect folks to jobs and educational opportunities. And so it's allowed us to kind of refocus our efforts on delivering for the riding public. And so we're about 4 months into this, and we certainly have had our challenges, COVID being principal amongst them. But the things like getting payroll done, all of the unknowns that occurred after the transition, some of the technology glitches we've had to resolve, continue to challenge us. And so from a service perspective, I'm very pleased that we are making progress. We've actually put together a task force specifically focused on on-time performance. I know for a fact that right now, there's someone waiting for us to go to work. There's someone waiting to take the RTA to their second or third job. Someone waiting for us to go to a job interview because they've been out of work for a year because of COVID. And so I really want to focus our time and attention on meeting the expectations of customers. And so I would say it's going well. There are definitely lessons learned relative to, again, technology, payroll administration, things of that nature. But I think we're on our way.
Thank you. This is definitely one of the central questions in transit. So appreciate your perspective. So this next one is for Sam. So immediately following COVID-19, the Seattle DOT created the Stay Healthy Streets and Keep Moving Streets program that limited traffic and permitted more space for residents to recreate. How have these initiatives been received by residents, and are there plans for expansion?
Yeah, so similar to some other cities across the country, last spring we closed to through traffic about 20 miles of streets in the city and opened those up to people walking and biking. Really, we didn't make it so that anybody couldn't access their home or couldn't drive on a street, but we put out barriers that said street closed, which is somewhat of a technicality under state law. We can't say that you can legally walk in the street unless we call the street closed. And we used our existing neighborhood greenway network to make these changes. So these are places where we had already improved crossings of arterial streets with signals and things like that. And they were already sort of a route that had been done with community engagement. And we very quickly, also last spring, said we would make make 20 miles permanent and also continue to expand the program. So we're now, I forget exactly how many we've got out there now. We're close to 30 miles of these neighborhood streets that are very low traffic anyway, but closed to through traffic. The reception has been positive in many ways, but there were some unintended negatives that we have had to deal with in terms of thinking about how to make them long-term sustainable. One of them was in that street closed language. And so that meant that people who ended up driving on those roads, possibly for legitimate reasons, could be confronted by people walking and saying, why are you here? And when that happened in communities that had gentrified rapidly, it created additional feelings of unwelcomeness towards communities of color that had been displaced economically, physically from those communities. And it made people, it sort of exacerbated some of the tensions that were in community, which was certainly not our intention, but when our intention doesn't match the impact, we have to correct ourselves. So we've been looking for the way to make that program sustainable and something that is owned and part of the community, and a way to bring, we actually want it to be an opportunity to bring people together around different ways to travel in communities, and don't want it to sort of add to the divisiveness that can already exist. So we're still moving forward with making those closures permanent, but trying to do so in a thoughtful way that engages with communities and tries to find the right places and the right ways to get the transportation benefits without having negative community connotations. We also did some other street closures, opening them to people around some of our heaviest park areas in the city. And folks have a perception of Seattle as being a very rainy place. And it is. In the winter, it's dark and rainy, but in the summer, it is glorious and sunny, and people want to get outside. And we were getting last summer, especially, really crowded parks. And so we had some roads near parks that were serving some traffic, but weren't serving as many people as they could if we could expand that park space out and sort of let people have a bit more space to recreate. So we've continued with that, which we call our Keep Moving Streets, that sort of, and I think a lot of cities have this of oftentimes near parks, there's some big roads that aren't very conducive to park-like uses. And so by closing some of those that weren't critical, bus connections or anything like that, where we were really impacting community-wide travel, we were able to create some more space. And I think there are, again, gains in some of those places that we think can continue out past the pandemic, but are just active transportation benefits, helping people get outside, helping people get exercise, and also serving in critical transportation needs. Some of those stay healthy streets, those neighborhood greenways that we've upgraded, are also providing access to our neighborhood commercial districts, where people, as more people work remotely, their travel patterns also change. And if we can help them get to neighborhood commercial districts, shops, restaurants, things like that are close by their houses, we can also help those businesses that have been impacted as well. So we see those as long-term benefits overall for the community, and just need to find those right ways to engage people as we make some of these small and large changes in our transportation system heading into recovery.
Thank you for that. Rethinking our streets has definitely been one of the most fascinating things to come out of COVID, and it's really interesting to hear about some of those tensions. So glad that Seattle DOT is working through that. So for this next round, all right, so we've got getting closer to the end, but we've got a few more of this lightning round question. So back to Dr. Caver. Ohio's DOT is providing a grant to offer day passes to those who want to take transit to get vaccinated. What are the challenges in distributing the passes and informing the public of this benefit?
Yeah, so I'm going to say that there hasn't been a challenge or barrier. So our state has provided to transit agencies funding to help ensure that transportation is not a barrier to COVID vaccinations. And as we know, the social determinants of health, transportation is historically one of those items that keeps individuals from accessing their health. But our distribution of the passes is not ours alone, right? And so we are in a collaboration with our county and the county's health department and the county executive's leadership team to make sure that we could have an opportunity to give out these passes and ensure that people can find them. And so what we've done as a community, so not specifically just the transit agency, is that we provide the tickets to our county, and the county provides them to our United Way 211 center. So this is the 211 is the number that you call. If you have any questions, they'll help you navigate the system in order to find folks. And so the 211 center will then give any individual a location largely within their community where they could go and pick the pass up in order to take to their vaccination. So where would these places be? We have them at community libraries, which are generally walkable to most people within their neighborhood. We have them in community job centers that the county runs through its workforce functions and other social service agencies. And so you can go by these agencies and pick up a bus pass. In addition, for our paratransit customers, our most vulnerable customers, we've been able to use some of that grant funding to provide free paratransit trips to anyone who is going to a vaccination center. And that has proved very beneficial. We've provided over 900 trips since over the last 5 or 6 weeks. And so if you want to go and get the shot, the vaccination within our community, we're going to be there to help you do it. And we think that that's a part of our job. But one of the best parts of partnering is that we're good at the transportation aspect. The county is good at touching people in the social service aspect. And through collaborations, everyone is able to do the thing that they are best equipped to do. And so if anyone is considering that in the community, I would highly suggest that you partner with one of the agencies that has connections to the social fabric of the community, and then let them disseminate it throughout that process. So we have not had barriers. Instead, we've had a regional success through collaboration.
That's fantastic to hear. I think there's so much talk about, hesitancy in certain communities, and not enough talk about how do we just remove the barriers and make it so that the logistics isn't a barrier. So thank you for that. So for Alex, did the disaster preparedness measures that New Orleans has adopted in the wake of Hurricane Katrina and other emergencies help in any way absorb the challenges posed by COVID-19? And how has the reflection of some of the inequities in those past relief efforts resulted in a more equitable response to COVID-19?
Great, thank you. I can say that the first half of my career was really working in public safety and emergency management, and coming to New Orleans is really like the Super Bowl of emergency management and preparedness. I'll just give an example of what we faced as an agency last year. We had COVID, and several months before COVID, we experienced the collapse of the Hard Rock Hotel. And that location is where about 30 of our bus lines came together, and all of our streetcar lines, with the exception of one, all converging on that intersection. And so we literally had to overnight completely redesign the system, identify a public park, which became a new transit hub. And so you had Hard Rock collapse, then we had COVID, and then last year we had 7 named hurricanes with 1 direct hit on the city. And I've been fortunate to work around the country and in many cases around the globe, but I've never encountered a more resilient and prepared workforce. My 3rd day at work, we had 3 to 4 feet of standing water because of a storm. And I'm in full emergency mode, and my staff is like, okay, we got this. Here's the plan. Here's how we're going to make sure that we can maintain and recover our equipment. And so we have a resilient workforce that has had lots of practice with major events, whether man-made or natural weather events, and the planning and the collaboration between our agency and the rest of the city is really unlike anything I've ever seen. It's really shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, response to whatever comes our way. And so the benefit of that is I have a very hardy workforce that has had more hands-on experience with emergencies than I had prior to coming here. I had a lot of practice, but not a lot of hands-on. And so now, so what does that mean for the inequities? It keeps our mind focused on, in terms of moving persons around the city, how do we ensure we get to the folks that need us the most when it comes to evacuation? Those families without mobility, without cars, how do they evacuate? Seniors who rely on us for paratransit, how do we get to them? So we've actually incorporated that into our planning, and working with our partners here at the city, we've identified a database with about 15,000 residents that have already identified in the event there's a need for evacuation. Please keep me on the list. And by the way, I'm going to travel to one of these 17 pre-identified locations where we can pick them up. And so it's really focused on those families that don't have access to a vehicle if the city needs to be evacuated, that we've already identified, we know where they are, and we can get to them very quickly.
Right, and I was actually in New Orleans in December of 2019. Was able to see just that sort of quickness that you all were able to relocate that transit hub. So really great to see that those lessons learned and see them in action there. Great. So we'll close with Sam. Cycling has really taken off during the pandemic, and Seattle has responded by adding bike lanes and through its traffic closure programs. How is the city DOT managing this growth, and what are the expectations for cycling volumes in the future in the years after the pandemic?
It's a great question, and I don't know if I know the answer. I can speculate a little bit. Seattle's a great biking city, but it's a tough place to bike. So there's a lot of hills. It does rain here, I think we've seen a growth in people biking, and our permanent counters around town. We've seen a less of a decline in the number of bikes that go by them than we saw in terms of vehicles in a lot of parts of the city for much of the pandemic. I think e-bikes are a real game changer here and are really changing what it means to feel accessible. I live about close to 7 miles from my office. When I go there on a regular bike, that's a fairly good stretch, and it's down and back up a hill. On an e-bike, it's pretty straightforward and easy. So I think that's changing rapidly, like how what it means to make biking accessible. But that's not something that is broadly accessible yet across all of our city. And I think some of those downtown or neighborhood type of jobs are more accessible than some of our industrial jobs, or jobs where you have to be there really early in the morning or there really late at night. So I think we're looking at how to support people biking no matter how they get around, where they get around, making sure we have an interconnected network of bike facilities, but also some of those other support services or sort of wraparound support that might be needed. What it means to get more people access to bikes, and then thinking about all the other things that go into making a city a great place to bike. We've got a lot of those pieces in place, but there's a few more pieces that we have to put into place. And then I think also how it really complements our transit investments. So a lot of our investments in improved bus service, corridor BRT and BRT-like bus service investments are going with safe cycling routes in the same corridor, so that people have a range of options still for getting from point A to point B, and that transit is going to remain a critical part of that, and that linking our transit system and the rapidly growing transit system in Seattle and the region as a whole with the bike investments that we're making as well. And as I said, transportation is the top source of climate emissions in Seattle, and so all forms of low carbon transportation are absolutely critical to our success in the fight against climate change, and making more opportunities for more people to feel comfortable getting on a bike and using it is really part of our solution to help people shift away from single occupancy vehicles and towards those low carbon forms of transportation.
Absolutely. It's amazing to see, not only how many more people used our streets for cycling and scootering, e-mobility, when we open it up, but also to see the different types of people, folks who typically don't feel comfortable. So thank you. Great. So we've got one more question here.
Okay, it's good to see some of my good friends on the panel. Very happy to see you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zimbabwe and Mr. Johnson. I'm Dwayne Sampson, President and CEO of Transportation Diversity Council. I just had one question. In really, that's the heart of transportation and the COVID-19 just recovery, tying it to President Biden and Vice President Harris, Build It Back Better. I'm in contact with New York Senator, the Majority Leader, U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer, and I have a second call with him tonight at 8 o'clock. But in my previous call, Majority Leader Schumer indicated to me that 40 to 50% of the jobs that are developed from the Build It Back Better or the infrastructure package will be non-traditional workers. How will you, as potential grant recipients, deal with the challenge and make recommendations to your rules and regulations to reach that type of capacity?
Wayne, what is his, when you say non-traditional, what is his definition there?
Non-traditional would be, say, single mothers, recently released from incarceration. I would say that those that have been unemployed for more than a year, maybe the recent homeless population. That's just a few in the category that you can, maybe want to address.
Sam, you want to go first?
I can start off. One thing that, with just one example of a place where I think there's great opportunities for partnership with the federal government. We in Seattle have a community workforce agreement program where we target economically distressed zip codes in the community with hiring for our large public works contracts. And that was something that was aligned with Obama administration pilot program that then was rescinded in the last administration, and we hope can be brought back as a place to have. We've shown time and again that it doesn't impact competition for or price for our public works contracts, but it does deepen the economic benefit into communities that have been dealing with the public health and economic crisis, and expands job opportunities. And so using that community workforce agreement approach on some of our large projects is just one example of how we think we can broaden the economic benefit of the coming infrastructure investment. That's underway, and then that which will come through increased federal participation. I'll also say that as a city DOT, it often takes a long time for money to come from the federal government to a city DOT. It has to go through the state and through the MPO and through ways to sort of short circuit some of that and get resources out. We've got lots of stuff that we can get going in the ground right near in the communities that have been overlooked from an infrastructure investment perspective for too long, but have also seen those disparate impacts. And I think being able to show how those investments and then those jobs are going right back into the communities where they're needed, rather than, you know, out on a suburban highway interchange or something like that, is really important for really truly building back better.
You know, and here in New Orleans, you know, I really would like to follow my old boss's footsteps in LA. You know, I know Phil was honored this morning, but Phil did something remarkable to reach that non-traditional workforce and called the WIN LA program, Workforce Initiative Now, and a very well-structured, focused effort to connect not just the agency, but the agency's contractors as well, with those workers who may have been challenged for a number of different reasons: homelessness, or they're recently released from incarceration, or folks that are transitioning out of the military, etc. And focusing efforts on outreach, recruiting, training, apprenticeship programs. But what I think is most remarkable, and something we want to do here in New Orleans, is now that you've made the effort to identify, conduct the outreach, and even hire, some of those employees are going to need some wraparound services. They're going to need a little bit of support to get them through the transition. And so I think it's an incredible program, and I think it's going to be really key to putting folks to work that have really been left behind.
Well, before the other two continue, I just want to say, Alex, your old boss and my friend Phil, he did give TDC authorization to use WIN. So we've been using WIN wherever we go around the country. So we've been taking and enhancing the model in different regions. So thank you for that.
And so, Dwayne, I'll talk about a little bit about, one of the projects that we're just so excited about, and that is our Community Job Hubs project. Part of the reason that we're partnering with the community college is because it frequently speaks to the portions of our communities that have been non-traditional workers. They're non-traditional students, high level of minorities, environmental justice communities, parents. And one of the items that in some of the programming that's really going to be beneficial is it is going to have some of those wraparound services involved, so that the people who are going through the process are engaging with folks who are going to be mentors and assisting them for life. And so we recognize the importance of being able to speak to these communities. We recognize that it is a large portion of our communities. And so we're very much interested in all of the conversation that allows us to cast a wider net and provide an opportunity for these types of jobs. And so we're very excited about what the future holds in that area. And we have a CEO who's similar to the other executives that you've been talking about, who understands the importance of ensuring that we have an aggressive posture in that lane.
Thank you for that question. I think, building back better is more than just about the infrastructure. It's more than just about the physical infrastructure. It's about our human infrastructure. So, getting that question right is really critical. Well, I want to do a huge thank you, to my panelists, Alex Wiggins from the New Orleans RTA, Dr. Flance Carver from the Cleveland RTA, and Sam Zimbabwe from the Seattle DOT. Thank you so much. As a transit advocate who's hyper focused on Boston issues, it's really fantastic to be able to hear all of the success stories and some of the challenges that agencies across the country are facing. And so, we're just really thrilled to hear from you, and I'm glad you were able to bring your perspective with us today.
Thank you, Jared. Great job moderating.
Thank
Keeping
you.
us on point.
Of course. Well, it was easy. It's easy. I just had these. I just asked the questions and just let these wonderful answers just come through. So thank you again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, Dwayne. Long time no see. Good to see you.
Yes, long time, Dr. Coe. So we'll begin to have Ruben come back and take us into the networking session. So thank you very much. What a wonderful panel. And great work, Ruben, John, and Ehab, and Mukhtar. Very good.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was a super, super interesting panel. And it was so great to hear all those different perspectives from both agencies and also from city DOTs. And so what we're going to do now is a networking session for about the next 20 minutes. But I do want to inform everyone that right after we're going to have a very exciting conversation from Leslie Richards, who is the general manager of SEPTA in Philadelphia. And she's going to be moderated by Jeannie Kwan over at New Jersey Transit. So please do make sure you come back for that conversation. It's definitely going to be one you don't want to miss. And so for now, as is in the chat right now, there is a Zoom link to go. If you are interested in networking, there's going to be a Zoom link to go in there. We're going to put people in breakout rooms based off of the kinds of topics or conversations you might be interested in discussing. And then from there, yeah, just feel free to talk with one another. Sometimes it can be difficult when you're not in the same or not in the same group as others. And right now, all being kind of just in the webinar format. So please use that if you'd like to network, but please do make sure you use the same Zoom link you used to get into this webinar back right before 3:30 p.m. Eastern time for the conversation with Leslie and Jeannie. So thank you very much.
Hello?
Hi, Jeannie, I can hear you.
Hey, oh, I gotta unplug my, again, it's using the wrong, it's using, I can fix this. Wait, so am I looking at the camera now? I am not, right?
Let me see. I think I need to spotlight your video. Yes, you are.
Am I looking at the camera now or am I looking at the camera now?
You're looking at the camera, the first one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
great. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
And should I stay off mute?
Um,
And then you will just unmute me, or should I mute and come back on as needed?
we'll be starting here in a moment, so it's really up to you.
Okay. All right. I'll put myself on mute then.
We say hello, Jenny, before you put yourself on mute. Just wanted to.
Hi, Dwayne. It's great to see you.
It's great to see you as well. How have you been? It's a long time.
Long time, I know. You're a man on the move. Hard to catch.
You and those two big guys. Time flies, I tell you.
It really does. It really, really does. But great to be here. Thanks so much for having me. It's an exciting event.
Yes, we'll catch up for sure.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Okay, talk to you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we're very excited for this next keynote by Leslie Richards, the GM over at SEPTA, who's going to be moderated by Jeannie Kwan. This will be our final event before receptions and awards, but all I can say is that this is going to be a fantastic discussion. So please be all ears and attentive to what we're about to see and hear. So Jeannie, please take it away.
Actually, are we having Dwayne introduce Ms. Richards and provide the introduction?
If you would be able to do that, that'd be great, but we can do it as well if you prefer.
Oh, okay. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to introduce Ms. Leslie Richards, who is the General Manager of SEPTA, who will be providing the keynote address for this summit. We are very honored to have her here. Afterwards, we will be doing a fireside chat and then an audience Q&A. So please listen closely, and any questions you have, don't be shy. Leslie at one point was a politician. So, you know, she is fearless when it also comes to these type of questions. And I will also, I see Dwayne's camera is on. So Dwayne, I'll turn it over to you if you have some prepared introductory remarks.
Well, I can just say that I'm honored to have Ms. Richards as our afternoon keynote speaker. General Manager of SEPTA, tremendous property with vast responsibilities. And you, Jenny, joining us as well to moderate the discussion. So I wish you best. Dr. Wilson and Nat Ford did an excellent job. I understand the competition is on. But my inside information, it says that you are the ringers here, and that the panel discussion, I mean, the keynote address and the responses are going to be tremendous. So I love the audience to stay tuned and enjoy the session. Thank you.
Sounds good. I'm willing, I know, Jeannie, you and I talked about, I could introduce a little bit of my story, talk about where we are right now with COVID-19 and some diversity initiatives, and then move on to our fireside chat if that works out for you. Should I just start off there?
Absolutely. Please take it away.
Well, first of all, Jeannie, nice to see you again. Dwayne, nice to see you. And yeah, Sean Wilson is a very good friend of mine. I know that this conference had the pleasure of hearing from him. So what I thought I would do is just give a little bit of my background. It's not typical, although I feel a lot of us in these jobs, I don't know what typical, really looks like these days. And so, I'm thrilled to be here talking to what I consider the next generation of people who will take on the challenges of transportation. A very exciting time to be in this field, and a time where we truly need your creative ideas and your thoughts and your enthusiasm as well. So I entered this field a while ago, but again, through a different way than most people do. Quickly, my early background was when I was an undergrad, I studied economics and urban studies. I was always fascinated by communities and what made communities work. Some worked better than others, and just how do you engage people in a community? How do you connect people? I know a lot of people think I'm in the transportation business, but I really feel like I'm in the people business. And this is what we do. We use transportation to help connect people to opportunities, help people get around, help support businesses. And so I'm really thrilled to be here, particularly at this time, which I'll get into in a second. So after undergrad, I went on and I got a master's in regional planning, was very interested in air and water quality issues. My first job was with the EPA, worked there for a few years, mainly in their air division. And that's where I got introduced to emissions and got introduced to transportation that way. And then, as you'll hear as well later on, is I then left the workforce for 8 years. I was a stay-at-home mom. After working for the EPA, I did a little work with our City Planning Commission as well. Stayed at home for 8 years, got involved in my community at that time, and then came back with 3 young children. And I pretty much worked part-time until I had the wonderful opportunity of becoming the first female secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. And how that happened, I didn't just come back from part-time work and that happened, but I got, as I said, involved in my community. I helped run White Marsh Township Day, which was my township. I ran the pony rides, which would really be the first type of transportation I ever delivered to a community, and helped run the prize booth as well on our community days. From there, I joined our Park and Rec Board, and I joined our Planning Commission, and I was asked to run for local office. For me, that would be Township Supervisor for a township of approximately 16,000 people, and loved that work. But of course, you do that work as a volunteer. So at the same time, I had gone back to work part-time. I was working about 24 hours a week at an environmental engineering firm. I was doing a lot of spatial analysis like I did at the EPA and air, and they had also just won a large transportation project. In fact, the largest in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and that was the I-95 interchange with the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the last piece of 95 that had to be complete from Maine to Florida. And it was then that I realized that I truly loved helping communities with transportation projects, and saw how that could influence people's quality of life and what happened there. I then went on to work for a civil engineering firm, loved the elected official office. And while I was advocating to protect some open space in our township, I went in front of a board of county commissioners, and I live in the 3rd largest county in Pennsylvania. And I realized that no one looked like me nor had the background that I had. And so put my name in for county commissioner. It's a job that you get to do during the day. You get to make important decisions that impact the quality of life in your community. And like the township election, where we had the opportunity to be the first time to take the majority in our township and make significant change. The same obstacles and challenges were presented at the county. So long story short, ran 2 elected official campaigns, and I was fortunate to win both of them with hard work and a lot of help from other people. And while I was at the county, we got to revamp our roads and bridges program, the planning commission, economic development, all the areas that I really cared about, that I'd worked in the private sector, that I brought over to the public sector as well. And started connecting with a gentleman by the name of Tom Wolf. He then runs for governor in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And as we're talking about ways that we can help each other, and he knows of my background, very, very happy that the opportunity to become his Secretary of Transportation. Again, worked hard for it. I don't want you to think that these things just fall in your lap, but the windows open a little bit, and then it's up to you to do your best and to compete for these highly rewarding and interesting jobs. And so not only did I get to be his Secretary of Transportation, but I got to be the first female in that role in a very large state. And so we got to do a lot of good things that I would say transcend even transportation. And one of those was we got to make sure that diversity and inclusion initiatives were followed, were started, were developed throughout the entire DOT. We talked to other Commonwealth agencies as well. And I also got to be the first female to chair our Turnpike Commission as we were working toward all of those things. I then met our chairman of our board here at SEPTA. So I'm now the general manager of the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority. PennDOT is the 5th largest DOT in the country, and SEPTA, where I work now, is the 6th largest transit agency in the country. And we got to work on tough challenges together. And he asked if I would be interested in bringing some of the leadership, some of the initiatives that we did at PennDOT, as well as the diversity and inclusion initiatives, bringing it back home for me, where I grew up here in Southeastern Pennsylvania. So I was thrilled at that opportunity. Never did I think that I would start my job in January of 2020 and we would have a global pandemic just a few weeks later, and then try to help this region recover, while we also had very important issues of civil unrest, racial inequity, and all of the systemic inequities that we are seeing now. And so I feel very honored to be in the largest, poorest city right now as we figure out how we are going to recover from the pandemic, how we are going to work together. Here at SEPTA, we've made a lot of changes. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we lost 10 of our employees to COVID, and over 1,000 of our employees tested positive. Many of our employees have spouses, brothers, parents who passed away from COVID as well. Philadelphia was a hotspot very early on when we were unaware of how this virus spreads and what we needed to do. And I'm also very proud of our employees who came to work every single day, frontline workers. Not so easy the last year or so. And we didn't stop for one day, just like every transit agency here in the country and throughout the world. And so again, just very grateful to have a job that is meaningful right now and that will be vital to how we all recover and how people can access opportunities and how we can all work together to build an equitable future here in Southeastern Pennsylvania. And together as we deal with all of these issues and how they have really, while they have been going on for a long time, they have, surfaced in ways that we are talking about them more, which I think is very good. Even this week's news, we're all ears to see how certain decisions are being made and how that will impact our conversations moving forward as well. And we have started a lot of diversity and inclusion initiatives here that I'm very proud of, and also very proud that the chairman of our board and myself, we're out on the forefront. Together, we are committed to making sure that not only SEPTA is a welcoming place for everyone to work here. Our workforce is 67% minorities, and also making sure that the communities that we serve also have all of the opportunities that they deserve, and making sure we're doing everything that we can for them. So with that, I'll, happy to go into any of those issues in more details. I know, Jeannie, you and I have a lot of good questions to talk about, but I just wanted to give a general background of how I ended up here at SEPTA. Again, very happy to be here and happy to share with you anything that is of interest to you and the conference attendees today.
Thank you, Leslie. And there is just so much there that is of interest. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, because, in your bio, you had talked also about being a stay-at-home mom for 8 years, making that transition. So you were also town supervisor and working part-time and raising 3 children. So one, how did you do it? Can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like? I mean, I have 2 little guys at home who are, the oldest is 7, the youngest is 4, and they're still struggling with the virtual. It's been very difficult. And then also, handling these jobs that we have, the job that you have, and the leadership positions are, the huge demand on time. So can you talk about what was that transition like, and what was that experience for you? Just like to hear more about it, both personally and then also just professional reflections on it.
Sure. First of all, I hand it to anyone right now with young children. I did not have to deal with all the virtual challenges right now, but obviously parenting at any point is difficult and filled with challenges, and everyone's always trying to talk about work-life balance, which is truly not a balance at all. It is just you reevaluate. Sometimes, I say on a yearly basis, but seriously, sometimes it's on a weekly basis, a daily basis of, what is the most important thing you should be giving your time to? And that's a question that I ask myself all the time, even as a manager. It's easy to get caught in, emergencies. It's easy to get caught in, for me, potholes that need to be filled. I feel like every job I've had, I had to fill potholes. And you really have to just keep that broader vision. Obviously asking for help, and could not have done this alone, could not have won major elections alone. My county commissioner race, we raised over $2.4 million. It was a major race in a county of over 800,000 residents. Definitely could not have done that alone. Even being appointed Secretary of Transportation in Pennsylvania, I could not have done that alone. So many others were presenting my name to then the governor-elect and saying, this is what I think she will bring. And so it's, it's the people that it's the network that you have. No one can do this alone. And if you're doing it alone, you're probably not going to go as far as you can as if when you bring others along. I also think it's really important to share your story. I used to not talk about working part-time. I used to not talk about being out of the workforce. But, in all honesty, I worked very hard those 8 years. I just didn't get paid very well for them, monetarily, I should say. I got paid in other ways. And also working part-time isn't everything that it's cracked up to be. In fact, when people ask me for advice, I rarely tell them to work part-time, because working part-time, in many ways, it doesn't exist. I mean, there I was trying to get back. I was billable part-time, but I will say that I didn't truly work part-time. And so if you are going to work part-time, and if that works for you, just make sure you have realistic expectations, that you truly put in the hours that you're being paid for, because, as we all do, there's countless, weekends I worked, I was putting proposals together. I didn't want to let my firm down, who was truly putting so much, I thought, really put a lot of belief in me, that I you know, here I was, someone who hadn't been in the workforce for 8 years, and they were putting me on very large projects and giving me very, very large responsibilities. And so, you know, I wanted to thank them and talk to others as you're in it, right? It always helps when you know of others and maybe they figured out a way to handle certain things. One story I will share is I remember I was coming home after a very long day working at the environmental engineering firm, and I walked in the door thinking like, I got this, I figured it out. I walk in the door and I realized, well, I knew that there was a choir concert for one of my children that night, and they needed the white shirt and the black pants. Didn't think about it, but hadn't been washed, and it definitely was not clean, and then would need to be, you know, definitely worked on some of the wrinkles that were there. And I happened to be on the phone with someone I was working with at the time as I'm walking through the door, and I shared that with the person I was on the phone, who happened to be another parent. And she shared with me, she said, get back in your car, drive over to Target, which was all she knew on the way to the school that I had to go to, pick up a white shirt, put on some black pants, and my daughter will be fine. And she was true. And it was true, you know, for me to do a load of wash, get everything ready, get everybody fed. It was just much easier for me to solve it that way. And sometimes you just need people telling you, you know, it's nothing wrong with taking the easy way out. You do not need to make life any harder than it is. And so again, sharing all of those stories, we've seen a flexible work schedule can work. That's one thing the pandemic has brought to us. And if that works for you, ask for it and see if you can work it out. The last thing on this question that I will share is when I was interviewing with the governor-elect for PennDOT secretary, and I was up against several other people, a couple who I knew, but there were a few that I did not know. During the vetting process, I said to him, you know, I live an hour and 45 minutes from Harrisburg. I live right in the Philadelphia area, and I did not want to move to Harrisburg. You know, I still at the time had 2 high school students, and I have 3 children altogether. Well, actually, one was in middle school, one was in high school, and one was going to college. And I didn't want to miss those mornings on a daily basis with them. And I also didn't want to miss other activities. So in talking over with a friend of mine, my friend said, you know, why don't you ask if you can be in the office at 10 a.m.? You'll be there every day by 10 a.m. You'll be available by phone at 8 a.m. You'll check emails before you leave, and that way you see your kids off every morning and we can have breakfast together. And that's what we did, and that's how we did it. And I told him that, and he's a father of 2 daughters. And so he understood that I didn't want to miss those times with my kids. And that's how I did it. And it ended up being a positive thing. My employees and others knew that I would be in the car from 8 to 9:45. And they knew on the way home, I was normally in the car from, for me, it was, you know, 7 to 8:45. I should have left earlier, by the way. I would not give that advice to anybody. And, you know, it ended up being a good time to catch up with people, catch up with calls, get other types of work done. And so there's always a way to figure it out. And I also recommend that you ask for those things up front, because it's always harder to ask for them while you're, you know, in the middle of the job, especially when it's something that important, if you know it up front, I should say. And so don't be afraid to ask the things that you need. And, you know, the worst case scenario is he would have said no, and then I would have evaluated how much do I want to give up for this job, and is that something that I'm willing to give up? But I'm really grateful he didn't ask me that and didn't put me in that position, and I'm thrilled that I did it. All of us have very important things to do outside of our jobs, outside of school, outside of other responsibilities, and I think happy employees make really productive work. And so it's very important that employees are not stressed out about things that they don't need to be stressed out, and they feel that they have the support and flexibility that they need.
That is such an inspiring story. And so far, I've got 2 great takeaways just from this little time that we spent with you. One, you can't do it alone. No one does it alone. So ask for help. And 2, ask for it. And I think that, you know, everybody is better off as a result of asking for it. So, you know, that is extremely helpful. I think it's also fascinating and remarkable that you took this position with SEPTA right before we had a once in a lifetime pandemic hit. So can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like? You're brand new. Oftentimes we get into these new positions. Obviously, you were very familiar with SEPTA, given your experience at PennDOT, but most of the time we're figuring out which way is up and which way is down the first 6 months of a job. So talk about like jumping right in and really having to get up to speed very quickly. So could you talk about that, Leslie?
Sure. Two things I'd like to say before I go into that story. One is, and I learned so much when I was a local elected official. I highly recommend if anyone has interest in that type of work, I constantly go back to what I learned during that. That is true politics, and any type of management meeting I've been, personnel issue, that really helped me figure out, how do you explain how you make decisions? How are you responsible and accountable for those decisions? And then how do you sit and have, dinner with your family at a restaurant table next to the people you've just been fighting with on an important issue, and figure out how, to be neighbors as well. Very, very good skills to learn. But I remember after one of my first meetings, I had just been voted in as chair of the board, and we were dealing with a really difficult issue. And this is, a typical issue, and it was putting lights on a field at one of our schools that was surrounded by 3 different residential neighborhoods. So a lot of opposition to this, and got really heated. And I remember coming home to my husband, and I remember saying, I don't know if I'm doing a really good job at this. This just feels awful. People are yelling at me all the time. I'm just trying to listen and figure out, a path forward. I don't know what it is. And my husband said, if you're having a hard time right now figuring it out, he said, I can't imagine what the other supervisors are feeling. And we were a board of supervisors of 5. And I remember going to the next meeting, and I remember looking, I sat in the middle of the 5, and I remember looking at my left, and I remember looking at my right and thinking, you know what, we are all just trying to do our best here. We are all trying to figure a path forward for our community that will allow kids who want to play certain sports and are in our school system, but also those who live here, the privacy and the quality of life that they want. And then that was like a moment for me to realize that none of us are, superheroes. I think of that at PennDOT too. I mean, that's an agency with 11,500 employees, a budget of over $10 billion. And I got a group together. We called ourselves the Secretary Clubs. I reached out to all of the living secretaries. So there were 5 of us, including me while I was there, for 4 men and myself. And I invited them to dinner to meet me up in Harrisburg. That had never been done before. And we all started talking about how we dealt with being secretary. And again, I looked around, and none of them were again, these, people with extraordinary skills that other people didn't have. I mean, it was all of us, again, trying to do our best for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and moving transportation and economic development forward. So I think that's really important for everybody to know, like, just look around, see what's there. And you're doing the best you can. There is no way that anyone could know everything they need to know to do that job by themselves. You know what you know, and hopefully you do. Sometimes you don't even know what you don't know, but you need to know who to reach out, right, to find out. So again, I find myself in this job facing an unprecedented pandemic. Nobody could be prepared for this because nobody in our lifetime has had to deal with these challenges. So just like at PennDOT, where I was the first female to hold the job, I found that to be really liberating because I didn't have to act like anybody else. I didn't have to do the job like anyone else because there was no one with my background, no one who had been a mother, who had been an aunt, who had been a niece, who had, seen the world through my eyes, had ever had that job before. So I took that as lowering the stress and doing the best job that I can. And that's how I take this job too. There were a lot of challenges, obviously meeting my team and only meeting them in person for 2 months before we had to separate work from home or work in different facilities with a lot of social distancing guidelines, staying connected to a team and letting them know me during a time where we couldn't gather in large spaces, where I couldn't get together with large groups. I mean, that was really challenging. Calling people, checking in on people, making sure that everyone's physical health and mental health, you know, they felt supported in every way that we could. And then just changing things. I mean, never did I think that I'd be running the 6th largest transit agency and at the same time asking our riders to please not use us if they don't have to. You know, we wanted people to stay home. We wanted people to be safe. We wanted the positivity rates here in the greater Philadelphia region to start going down, and they were going up for so long. And so just so many things were turned on their head. And then also working from home for a transit agency. Not that it's easy for other agencies, but particularly for one where, you know, we have 9,500 employees here at SEPTA. Over 7,000 are frontline employees who have no choice. You cannot drive a bus from home. You can't operate, you know, a train or a subway from home. You have to come in. If you have track work signals that deal with safety, you must come in. If you have maintenance, you know, our engineers, our maintenance custodians, our cashier, they all had to come in. And so you also have to balance that, you know, the people who can work from home versus, you know, I hate to say versus, I shouldn't have used that word, but that's how it feels sometimes. How do you foster a team where some are allowed to work from home and some just can't work from home? And still, it's still a struggle. I reach out to my peers to see how are they doing it, because by all means, I don't have all the ideas all the time. And, you know, definitely, again, reaching out. You can't do this alone. We were all in it together. This was not something that just hit Pennsylvania. This is not something that just hit the United States, right? It hit us globally together. And so we had to figure it out together. And the upside to that is when you are in an emergency like that, it really builds teamwork. You really have to rely on each other. And it really fosters a wonderful relationship. And so I feel very lucky there that I was able to probably build a lot of important collegial relationships here faster than I would have under regular circumstances.
I bet if I were to ask any one of your 3 children or your husband, I'm sure they would say that you have some superpowers. And I know that sometimes in these positions, it does feel like, because the task is so Herculean, given the constraints and the challenges, but also, you know, given the vision. And I know you do have a vision for SEPTA, and I would just love for you to talk about that vision with the audience, and also what does it mean for the next generation of people who are looking to enter the industry?
Sure. So we do have a vision here. In fact, I was the first planner, my background's in planning, to lead PennDOT, which gave us such great opportunities. Not only how we reached out and worked with our communities, but how engineering and planning worked together. I really felt that we changed the dynamic between the communities we served and the projects we built, because we listened to see what our projects meant in the communities. And, you know, not every bridge project is the same. Not every paving project is the same. Not every reconstruction of an interstate is the same, even though a lot of, you know, similar methods are used, or, you know, similar knowledge is needed, because each community is different and what they want out of that project is different. And so, you know, that's, you know, what we're working on here too, making sure that we all think, and what is it that we need to be right now? Because every transit agency, I would say every business should be asking themselves, what is it they should be moving forward right now? Because the pandemic has changed everything. We put together a strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, we were very intentionally people focused on our employees, on our customers, We always used to be in transit measured by ridership. It was ridership, ridership, ridership. Well, here we are in a pandemic and ridership is very low. So are we still important? Of course we are. We're the ones getting the majority of essential workers to their jobs, allowing people who can stay from home, to thrive in their communities and be safe and to be able to function during these difficult times. So we did ask all of our employees, what should SEPTA be moving forward? I felt it was really important that we all knew what that was, because what it was in January of 2020 is very different than what it is now. Here we are in April of 2021, knowing what we know, knowing how our economy has been hit, knowing how different industries have been hit, knowing how some people have lost their jobs, have maybe reduced salaries if they still have their jobs or their security has changed, and knowing how they've been impacted over the last year and a half, which has been really, really difficult, a little over a year, I should say. And so we have a strategic vision now that we all agreed on together and that we also all came up with together. And I think it's really important. I'm constantly, asking our employees, like, why do you come into work? Why do people like to work here? And you don't want the answer to be, it's a paycheck, or, I want to put some rail down, without any larger purpose. And so it was really important for our mission going forward. And we all decided together that our mission was to move this region forward by providing safe, reliable, and accessible mobility choices for everybody. And that meant all income levels in every neighborhood of every race. And we really wanted to be truly inclusive. It was something that's really important to me, but it's important to all of us here at SEPTA. And so, we support equity and we enhance quality of life by connecting people to their communities. We connect people with opportunity. We catalyze the economy, and we're building a sustainable environment together. Our impacts on climate change are significant as well. We want to reduce congestion. We want to reduce individual vehicle use so that we can keep our air as clean as possible. And obviously, we can just keep the environment in the healthiest state possible. We also came together on a vision, which was really important for us all to come together on as well. And it doesn't matter whether you work as a maintenance custodian, whether you work as a cashier, whether you operate one of our modes of transportation, whether you're in finance, whether you help in our planning department, with all the variety of responsibilities here in our communications and our press office, we all agreed that transit is the core of a resilient, prosperous, and equitable community for everybody. And that's what we want SEPTA to be here. And I think it's really important for us to come together with that goal, so we all know why we're coming here. Philadelphia is the largest, poorest city in the United States right now. And we have been hit by the pandemic in ways, everyone's been hit by it, but when you have so many people, and many of them are our customers, and many more live in our communities that we serve, who have been hit by the pandemic and who have been living so close to the poverty line that this has pushed them in ways that have changed their lives for the worse. And we are here, we're here to help them in any way we can. And so, we continue to rally around those ideas. We are always trying to be better every single day, and it is incremental, very small. I always say, let's be 1% better today. And so that's, what we try to do every single day, and it all adds up. And so it feels really good to be part of this strong team at this very challenging time. And, we're doing everything that we can.
What do you keep, it makes me, I'm curious to know, so you have these priorities that you're managing, a very large team, there's the pandemic, there are the issues that we've always seen, but have really kind of come, to a sort of cascading point in terms of systemic racism, right? So when you're managing your team, when you are engaging with employees, right? So what do you keep at the forefront, when you're having these discussions, right? I mean, there's just so much going on, and you talked a lot about bringing meaning to work. And I mean, I think that is like the core of employee engagement. It is to find meaning in what we do. And I think most of us who are in the transportation industry, we're here not for the paycheck, although, the pay is important and pay equity is important, but, it is because we love the contribution to the environment. And there are so many different ways that transportation and mass transit does impact the built environment, the social environment, climate. There's just so much that it contributes to society. But, when you're engaging with employees and your team, what are some of the things that, you think about? I mean, I know a lot of my staff meetings, we talk about what's going on in current events, because oftentimes it is, it's like, we can't just go straight to business because I identify as Asian. When there was a lot of the AAPI violence going on, I had to talk about, how that was impacting me. And, that is part of, what we're doing here at New Jersey Transit as well. Inclusion is very important in terms of how do you bring your whole self to work, because that also makes the business better. And so people are not just thinking, oh, I have this deadline, I've got to get this project done, especially for, Black and African American employees and people of color. And I know I'm going on a little bit here, but just would love to hear about how you manage, because so much of employee engagement is managing the emotional leadership. And how do you manage that? What's the approach that you take when you're speaking with people?
Sure. Well, where I was really challenged and what was really tough over, since the pandemic started is, showing that you care for your employees when you can't be with them. So I think overall, we want to show that we care for our employees and that we care for our customers, for the region, for the businesses that we support as well. And so always coming from a place, you always have to think with your head, but I think you always have to think with your heart too. And just letting people know that, if it passes the brain test, that's great. But these days it has to pass the heart test too. And so you have to feel that what you're doing is making a contribution, right? In those ways. I know while we were preparing for some topics that we could talk, I was sharing with you some of our diversity and inclusion initiatives. So I do want to mention just one of them, which has really elevated the conversation here at SEPTA. Of course, I'm always open to ideas. I definitely do not have all of the good ideas. In fact, I have very few of the good ideas. But I do like to think that I can identify a good idea when it's presented to me. And thank goodness I have a lot of people around me who have very good ideas, and try to foster an atmosphere where they're very comfortable coming to me with those ideas. And, it's cliche, like there's no bad idea, but for me, there's like no crazy idea. There's no, let's just see where it will take us. And it is a time for us to take some risks and a time for us to do things differently. And so one of our employees, in fact, our EEO director, who has been working on race relations in SEPTA, as well as in our business model for years before I got here, had an idea which someone would have said was a crazy idea. And I'll be quite honest, when I first heard it, I thought it was definitely risky and a little crazy as well. And so they had started a book group. They had met once before since I got here to talk about complex issues. And a lot of companies right now are reading books together to learn more. I mean, we're learning, and myself included, just how deeply and how long these elements of systemic race have been here, and how do we undo them? Because it's not just what's at the surface. And she came up with the idea of us reading a book, and it was a book by Jodi Picoult, who is a local author here. And we read Small Great Things together. It's a book of fiction where a lot of businesses right now are reading. There's so much nonfiction out there, a lot of data, a lot of hard facts, a lot of good things to learn, parts of our histories that we're not so proud of, and also just data gathering to see, you know, how we got here and what are some of the reasons for it. But she thought that if we read a book that was filled with good characters, well-researched characters representing, you know, people and stories of how people interact and connect, and then we broke up in discussion groups, that it would allow us to talk about things in a different way. And at first I thought, oh, it's a little crazy. I tried to get another transit agency to join with us. I tried to get a business community to join with us. I just figured it would lessen the risk. And if we failed, you know, we'd all fail together and it would be a lot easier. But I couldn't get any takers, but I was very intrigued by the idea. And so we decided to go for it, and we did. And we hired a third-party consultant who had helped us with a climate survey for our employees, which we're doing the analysis on right now, and it helped us put together other groups to help us move forward. And so with this third party, we created discussion groups. We broke the book into 4 parts, and we had this third party consultant as a safe space. If anything came up that made anyone uncomfortable, if anyone, you know, was just upset by anything that was said, there was a breakout room where this third party consultant would be at all times, and if needed would come in and stop the conversation. And so that put a lot of people at ease. And I didn't want to do this unless we were really going to have these complex, difficult, uncomfortable conversations. Like I'm not here to just have some small changes happen. You know, we're all working way too hard for just very small or no change at all. You know, let's dive into this. Let's figure it out. And so during this book, we talked about things that I had never thought about before, and yet were right in front of my eyes. We had conversations about code changing, which I had never heard of before, where someone from a minority group may act differently around others if there aren't a lot of minorities around them. So basically how Black people, how Asian people, how Hispanic people and others, you know, act differently when they're in a majority of white people as they do when they are with people from their own community or have their shared lived experiences. And never had thought about that. Makes so much sense. I see it all the time now, but I didn't see it before. There was a part where a character who was one of a few minorities who attended their middle school and high school, where it wasn't acceptable for them to date a friend's sister. But it was acceptable for them, you know, to come over for dinner, for them to share other things, but dating was just off limits. And then we had employees who shared similar experiences, how they were one of a few minorities during their schooling, and how during the school day, they were very much accepted and part of what was going on. But after school, they weren't really invited a lot to after school parties or activities or sporting events. And the prom, one employee shared, you know, she, didn't go because it wasn't, it was just hard to attend a dance like that and feel comfortable. And so they shared those types of experiences. There was the last story that really resonated with me, and there's so many. It's a great book, by the way. The last story that I'll share is one of the white characters and Black characters are in a drugstore and they're hungry, or it's a supermarket, I can't remember. And the white character grabs popcorn and starts eating it right as they're walking down. And the Black character is in shock, like, why are you doing that? They're going to think you didn't pay for that. And the white character is like, I'll pay when we get out. We'll pay on the way out. And so they continue doing their things. They pick up the items that they need, and they check out. And the white character pays for the product, the popcorn that she opened, no problem. And the Black character pays for all of her items, none of them which were opened, by the way. But on the way out, the security guard asks to check her bag and her receipt, and does not check the white character's seat or bag. And then that, brought on other conversations as well of where our employees have had, these different experiences in the same spaces. And so anyway, it was a phenomenal experience for all of us and really elevated the conversation here. And I'm really grateful for it. And I think SEPTA will be a more welcoming and inclusive place because of it. I'm also proud of our EO director, Jackie Hopkins. I'll put her name out there because she did such a great job that our national association, which is APTA, the American Public Transportation Association, asked her to come and talk about how we led this book group, because it's very different. In fact, I don't know of any others who have done this with the third party. We put a lot of work into it. Trust me, I did not want it to fail. And I think Jackie also understood the risk that we were taking together. So we prepared and we put the work in up front, hoping that it would pay off in the end, and it truly did. And so I hope others who are interested will follow this model. It has been life-changing for me. And I always thought that I was someone who was fairly observant and sensitive to issues with people who had different backgrounds than I did. But I can tell you, I have a lot of work to do too, just like we all do.
And to Karen Feinberg, who asked the question about the name of the book, it is Small Little Things, right, by Jodi Picoult.
Yeah, I think it's Small Great Things, or it could be small. It's Jodi Picoult. It's Picoult.
And we can follow up by putting that in the chat. And I'm going to ask a fairly direct question, Leslie. So, you talked a lot about, sort of taking the risk in terms of the book club, and so happy to hear that APTA is going to be, working with your EEO director to make it into a national model. We'll be very interested in learning more about that here at New Jersey Transit. But so my direct question is, in terms of approaching these issues that are more complex, and I love that you say, you're not in it just to have, sort of discuss like small talk platitudes, really to dig in into areas that might be uncomfortable for some of us, but that is how we grow. Do you think that because you are a woman, it makes you, like you have the skill set to do that? What do you, do you feel that has anything to do with it?
Yeah, I do. I think, there's been a few articles written about female leaders during this pandemic. And I think certain things have changed. I think in the past, people would have thought, women, they don't think of women as good of leaders as they used to think of as men. They always thought of men as having what they would call like hard skills, technical skills. And trust me, a lot of us women, myself included, we have a very good technical background. But it's the softer skills, just asking somebody how they're doing, checking in with people, being concerned about mental health as well as physical health, being empathetic, understanding that, people have children who have to go to the doctor and you need to take time off, and people have parents to take care of and friends to take care of. And, there's a lot going on with people. We're all pretty complex individuals. And so what used to be called, soft skills, and I think it was used in a way that wasn't as important as hard skills. I think those soft skills, and they may be renaming them now, I don't know how they refer to them, but empathy and compassion and, listening to each other and being supportive and empowering employees, to make tough decisions and collaborate and to work together. I think female leaders have those skills and use them, and they're showing them through the pandemic, to be able to utilize them. And I think they're being valued in ways that they haven't before. And so it's something that I've always brought to my management style, and I know that I'm different. I'm often, obviously, being the 25th PennDOT secretary, where 24 of them all looked very similar and very different than I do. They were used to a certain management style. And here too, I'm the second woman here, which I'm very proud of. I always say RBG was the second female on the Supreme Court. So I'm very, I feel like I have very good, very good role models for being the second, just as I do being the first. And So, I think, you bring your own skill set. Don't try to be other people. I think we're always best when we can be ourselves, and we can share ourselves, we can show our vulnerabilities, and we can really let people know, through our perspective, and be honest with each other. I think that's where we get, the best results. And I do think females are good at that. Obviously, we have to be comfortable doing that and have the support and the networks to do that. And so I think, obviously, I feel now is a time for a lot of women to step up, as well as the men who support women. I would not be here if it weren't for many men in my career, and especially the governor, about my husband, and so many others. In fact, my friend who gave me the advice to tell the governor that I would start my day most days at 10 a.m. in the office was a fantastic male mentor that I had. And so, just working with each other, and when you come up with a problem, share it with someone. Because I know I always love to help people problem solve, and think about that. When you need help, think of how you would respond if a good friend came to you with that question. You would want to help them. And yet so many times we all feel embarrassed, or we feel uncomfortable, or we don't want to put someone out, by sharing our troubles or the problems that we're trying to solve. But really try to treat yourself like you would treat a friend. Trust me, it's easier for me to say that than do it all the time. I do have to remind myself. But I do think that is something that is really important for all of us.
Thank you, Leslie. And if this is the same Gregory Bradley that I'm thinking of, is our good friend who is an expert in workforce development, long time with Metro North Railroad. He says, what diversity initiatives is SEPTA involved in regarding succession planning?
Yes. So we did, for our first time ever, we just put out a diversity climate survey to all of our employees. And we worked very hard to get a significant percentage of frontline employees to respond, as well as our management employees. It's something that is very challenging for us, reaching out and communicating on our frontline. Just in case anyone is not feeling sympathetic enough for us running a transit agency during the pandemic, we're also recovering from an IT malware attack that happened in August. So our IT systems are still limited and restricted. So we're working through that as well. We are analyzing the response right now, but we want SEPTA to be a place where anybody can advance their careers in the ways that they hope to, and that there are no obstacles. And that means that all of our interview panels, that means that all of our interview questions, our tests, we're all reevaluating everything, making sure that they're diverse teams reviewing everything as well, making sure that there's good feedback back and forth. And also measuring for the first time ever, every time there's a promotion, we're starting to, when I say we're doing it now, it means we're analyzing and putting the back end that's needed. But we'll be publicizing all of our promotions and giving out race data connected to that, so people see who's moving up. And so that our managers check in as well. It's going to be part of the metrics of how everybody is evaluated for their performance. For any type of merit increases and salary increases as well. It's being built into the performance evaluation. And then for the first time ever too, and it's a shame that this didn't exist before at SEPTA, we never had an internal diversity council where people could go to with questions. And so we had over 100 people apply, and we just finalized a couple months ago our first, it's called the DEB Council, Diversity, Equity, and Belonging. And the team felt they picked their own name, and they felt very strongly that the word belonging should be there so that everybody feels welcome here. And so they'll now be looking at events like our book group and others of what we can do to elevate the conversation. So we're just starting right now, but we are going to publicly be talking about it. This DEB Council is going to be reviewing everything for us and figuring out what we need to move forward. So we are a work in progress. I would love to check in a year and let you know what we've accomplished and what we are working on. So we've made We've made good strides since we began this about a year ago, and I'm very hopeful that we'll have a lot to show. And I didn't want to predetermine or make any choices before we got our survey back, because it was really important to me that the ideas of how we need to move forward to improve equitable outcomes here at SEPTA came from our employees. So I didn't want to assume that I knew what needed to be done and what needed to be done first. So we will have that information over the next couple of months.
We are certainly looking forward to seeing that and seeing more of your leadership outcomes at SEPTA. Thank you so much. We have hit the end of our time, but I would just like to thank you, Leslie, for giving your time to the next generation here. And also a big thank you to TDC and particularly John Moody, Ruben, Ihab, Mukhtar. Thank you for putting this together. You know, we're very excited to have students such as yourselves, such a key part of putting together these type of summits, and TDC for bringing all of us together. And thank you again, Leslie. Wish we had more time. And now I will turn it over to Dwayne, and we will continue with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Well, Leslie and Jenny, I can tell you, I don't want to judge this one for sure, but I think you did an exceptional job in really articulating where you are, you know, in this COVID environment, in diversity and inclusion with your team, being a woman leader of your organization. I can't wait to talk to some of my friends, Carmen Bianco and Maureen Garrity down there in Pennsylvania, and just to let them know that we really enjoyed your conversation. I'm quite excited about it, to the point where I look to bring my team to have lunch with you, just to really get a sense of your leadership style.
I will.
I'm quite impressed.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. I was just going to say, only because it would give me a giggle, and I think